Здравейте, добро утро, добър ден на
Good
всички.
morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us at the fifth last day of the Zemyatas conference, Clean Energy for People. In the previous 4 days, we listened to very interesting presentations. We talked about sustainable solutions for a transition towards environmentally friendly and energy efficient heating. We talked about energy poverty and how we can address it through clean energy. We spoke about a transition towards clean central heating. We placed a highlight on thermal pumps, which we in Zazimata consider is a priority as a heating source for the people. Today we're going to talk about transport and mostly urban transport. We have entitled it Clean Air, Climate Change and Urban Mobility. There will be two panels. In the first panel we're going to talk about challenges to sustainable urban mobility. And in the second panel we're going to focus on the present and future solutions on mobility we would like to see in Europe and our own towns, but not just any kind of mobility, but rather next generation mobility. We are streaming in YouTube in English and Bulgarian. We also have a chat function. We can share the links in the chat function here in Zoom. And so, we can start. In the first panel, as I said, we're going to talk about the challenges to sustainable urban mobility. The participants will be Ivailo Popov from Zazemyata, Asya Dobrudželieva from Bulgarian Association of Municipal Environmental Experts, and Cvetan Kolev from Urban Policies Association. I'm going to present them in more detail separately later. I believe all presenters are here, with the exception of Asya. Probably we expect her to join us shortly. So let's start with a contribution from Ivailo Popov from Zazemyata, who is going to present the result of our survey, which was carried out in 2021, and it is a measurement of No2 pollution from the urban transport in Sofia. We often hear there is no such issue in Sofia. We had our doubts and so decided to put our doubts to the test. We carried out a survey using the citizen science method with diffusion tubes. It showed results as we expected, that there is more NO2 than the threshold, with the main source urban transport. We presented our presentation and consider that this is one of the challenges that we need to address in Bulgaria. I give the floor to Ivailo now, who will tell us about the results of this survey. We can take questions in the panel after all the speakers have done their presentations. Enjoy today's fifth day of the conference. Ivo, you have the floor. Good morning from me. I'm glad that I'll be able to start first. Can you see my screen? Draga, can you mute yourself? As Draga said, this is maybe one of the main challenges related to urban transport. Unfortunately, we have mainly car traffic, and the problem is with air quality. Find particular matter pollution is very popular, but NO2 pollution is not so popular now, and this is due to different factors, mainly because officially we don't see statistics of NO2 pollution. We're going to see whether this is true. First, what is NO2? This is a gas. We're not going to talk about all its chemical properties, but what we need to know is that apart from being a direct pollutant itself, it also participates in photochemical reactions when there is sunlight, and we have the so-called secondary pollutants, which are ozone, particulate matter, and the like. It reacts in the air with the water molecules, and we have nitric acid and nitrous acid, which are the compounds of acid rains. Some words about the sources of nitrogen dioxide. These are mainly vehicles when speaking in an urban environment, but they can be power plants, industrial sources and the like, all processes and industries which work by burning fossil fuels. They emit NO2. You can see the official statistics in Sofia that the transport has a contribution of 78.73% in the NO2 emissions, industry 15.55%, and household heating just 5%. In the first day of the conference, we had serious researchers who deal with pollution and its relation to health. I'm going to summarize here that in general terms, NO2 affects mainly the respiratory system. It affects the health of even people who don't have existing issues, and in people who have asthma and problems with the upper respiratory system, they can be severely affected. There are other health effects like problems with the spleen and others. This is the reason for us to start this study, and this is why pollution with NO2 is regulated, because it's harmful for the health. Some days ago there was a meta-analysis by Health Effects Institute. It covered 350 surveys from around the world. I'm going to post a link in the chat function so that you can take a detailed look about it, so that you can learn about how transport pollutes the air and the associated health effects. I would like to note that the most problematic group of people, the most severely affected people, are those who spend a lot of time on the streets close to the traffic, to the car traffic. So a recommendation: if you have issues or if you don't want to have issues with NO2, stay away from traffic if possible. So, is there NO2 pollution in Sofia? Firstly, before we start talking about this, we need to put the frame, the baseline indicators, so we can talk about two periods when the concentration of NO2 are being considered. One of them is 1 calendar year and the other period is 24 hours, and we have quoted the directions of the WHO. We see that for 2005, according to the directions, the threshold is 40 micrograms per cubic meter, and above this threshold there will be serious health implications, and there is no 24 value. At that time they considered that short-term exposure was not harmful to health, but in 21 the WHO revised its directions on the basis of numerous studies which were published in the meantime, and at that time the threshold was reduced to 10 micrograms per cubic meter. And at that point it said that even shorter exposures with 25 micrograms per cubic meter are problematic. In Bulgaria, we observed the previous norms. The threshold is 40 micrograms per cubic meter. We don't have a 24-hour threshold. We have emergency alarm threshold. Thank God we don't have problems with them. Before we started the measurements, which were carried out in 21, we had our doubts that Sofia has NO2 levels in the norm. This is not because we are suspicious by nature, but we measured with diffusion tubes. We measured NO2 and SO2 in 35 places, including Sofia. We didn't measure for a whole year, but in some months we saw some alarming values, and we thought there might be issues in the annual standards. In 21, we published a report on the basis of data we had collected by AirBG with diffusion tubes, together with Angel Burov, who will join us in the second panel and will tell us more about the urban transport solutions. We drew up this report. You can see a visualization showing that there is serious NO2 pollution. A few words about diffusion tubes we are using. We use the method of diffusion, as you can guess by the name of these tubes. This means that the compounds move from one zone with low, from high to concentration with low. So if there is concentration of NO2 in the ambient air, it passes through the tube. There is an absorbent at the end of the tube, and there is a reaction after which this tube is closed. After it has stayed for 1 month, we send it to a laboratory. There is a chemical analysis of the reaction, and on the basis of how much time the tube has spent, at what height, at what meteorological conditions, the laboratory gives results. We use a Swiss laboratory. This is not by chance. This laboratory, PASAM, has had tubes participating in surveys checking, verifying the quality of this method, and the same tube is used by a German analog of the Environment Research Center, and there is a European center which has also confirmed that this is a very reliable method. How did we do the measurements? We started taking the measurements in 26 points in 21. In the middle of the year we increased it by 1 more year. I'm going to talk about this later. You can see how they are spread around the world. We couldn't measure everywhere. We tried to place two tubes. We would take the average because it would give great accuracy. We were looking at urban canyons, which are streets blocked by buildings on both sides without draft, because NO2 is easy to disperse in the air, especially if there is wind. But the problem is where air does not move, which is why we took the measurements there. 5 of the points we took measurements at were where the stations of the executive agency are, in order to compare our results to see whether our measurements are accurate. These were in the neighborhoods of Nadezhda, Pavlovo. I'm going to show you where the stations of the executive agency are. We measured throughout the entire year in order to get the averages. We're speaking about a calendar year. We didn't, but we didn't start at zero at New Year's Eve, but we started on the 5th of January and ended on the 5th of January. But we have compared the values with the executive agency for the same period. We measure height, distance from the traffic lane. We follow the requirements of the directive to do with air quality.
You can see here how we put the tubes, tying them up to these pillars. They stay there for a month. And then we collect the data. You can see one more tube here. I think it's from Nadezhda. So what did the measurements show? The first chart shows the average annual values of all the points where we took measurements. 40 micrograms, this is the norm set by the World Health Organization. It would be right around here. So you can see that even at these stations with lower values, in fact, the levels are harmful to health. Here to the right, you can see stations of considerably lower values. The last 5 ones that you see here are the ones that we measure at the ones of the Executive Environmental Agency. This is a problem. I'll explain later why this is the case. The other points that we measured, where there is heavier traffic, the values are considerably higher. This chart probably is not as clear to see. These are all the points, not the annual average, but per month. You can see the variations per month for each point. What we are looking at is the annual average concentration, and you can see the dynamicity. It's not a constant throughout. The 10th most polluted points here on this chart. The boulevard in the Mladost neighborhood, Alexander Malinov, the highest one, 62. Very serious pollution. And if you live in Sofia, you will recognize the locations here. These are all points with heavy traffic, which proves our theory that indeed the main source of pollution is transport. A few words on accuracy and location of the stations set by the Executive Agency on Environment. Our tubes here are colored in orange and the official ones. Here, what you can see is that actually what we measure is at lower value here, with the exception of a specific case. But all the other stations that we measured in Sofia at the same places where the Executive Agency takes measurements, indeed our method shows lower values than the values of the Executive Environmental Agency. In other words, if the Environmental Agency measured at the locations where we measured, the values would be even higher than we show you here. You can see again our tubes in orange here. For the first 6 months, we didn't take measurements because we didn't have permit by the Environment Agency back then. But then for the next 6-month period, we had a permit. So you can see our measurements here. Again, a lower concentration against the annual average. Again, a comparison here between our measurements and the official ones. You can see here that only at 1 month our tubes showed higher values when compared against the official measurements. This is a variation per month. Why do we say that there are issues? You can see here in blue the measurements at the Mladost station. The other one is in Pavlovo. The text measurements should be at the most polluted point. There is a requirement for distance from the road in order to measure the road traffic pollution. However, both official stations are not located where they should per the requirements, which leads to undervaluation of pollution in the official measuring stations. You see here in blue the values of the agency measured in a small park, which is not very close to the road. When we put our station at the same location, it showed even lower values. However, in red, you see our stations next to the road. So you can see the huge difference in values, more than twice the value by the official station. In other words, if the environmental agency had put their measuring station where it should be, the value would be even higher and show that there is serious pollution by nitrogen dioxide. Another example, Nadezhda, again at the boulevard with heavy traffic. Again, you can see the same difference. The same in Pavlovo neighborhood, in Krasnoselo neighborhood. So what we show is that the problem is not only the distance from the road, but also the road segments that were selected by the environmental agency, because the directive stipulates that measurements should be taken at the most polluted road segment, which was not the case here. A few words. We continue our measuring in 2022. Some of the locations were changed, some we kept, so we will have measurements for 2-year period. Our conclusions are as follows. First, that nitrogen dioxide pollution is a serious issue in Sofia. It's not something that we feel, it's something that is real. It's at unhealthily high levels, especially in roads with heavy traffic. Our next conclusion is that the measurements are undervaluated. The good thing is that currently the agency is revising the location of their stations. They are informed of this issue, so we expect them to finalize the process soon and propose necessary changes for taking better measurements. We trust that they will propose more adequate locations for their measuring station, which would provide more adequate information. Another conclusion is that more measurements must be taken in order to find the pollution hotspots, and this be taken into consideration when locating the stations. And perhaps the most important conclusion is that swift and efficient measures must be taken to curb transport air pollution. I hope that during the next panel of the conference, we are going to see some solutions how we can reduce nitrogen dioxide pollution. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm at your disposal for any questions after the end of the panel, me and my colleagues. Thank you, Ivailo. If anyone wants to ask a question for clarification in terms of technicalities, I will give you the floor for that. There was some comment in the chat box. You're welcome to look at it. It's more of a recommendation, not really a question. If any of the attendees or panelists wish to say something, you can do that right now. A question by Radi. Were measurements taken of nitrogen dioxide levels within cars or buses? To the best of my knowledge, this has not been the case. Our method is not really appropriate for indoor measurements. It's designed for long-term measurements, so it should stay at least 1 month. So it's not very appropriate for this type of measurements. A project called Compare was launched in Sofia. Their methodologies for measuring will be presented soon. Again, it has to do with inviting people to measure their exposure to pollution personally. I think that what they mean is to measure indoor pollution in cars in order to find out the exposure to a range of polluters. not only nitrogen dioxide. We're going to learn more about this project. Sofia Metro is a partner and external consultant to this project by Green Sofia. So, Radi, we can keep in touch and get information. I wanted to briefly respond to Zaya Mateeva's comment. Thank you very much for your recommendation to take into account the local climate conditions when we select the spots. In fact, this is what we do. We have a meeting with our partners next week in order to discuss the work on our report. Perhaps they will give us recommendations as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ivo. Now to our next participant, the face of our conference, Asia. Asia joined in yesterday as a moderator, as a representative of Habitat for Humanity, where she is very active. Thank you. Can you hear me well? You can hear me, right? Yes, yes, we do. Indeed, Habitat for Humanity is where I'm active at. Well, brief introduction. I used to be an environmentalist to a municipality for 20 years, and then I've had enough of waste, metaphorically and literally, because I met all sorts of things and people. I really wanted to effect a change. I wanted to do something else which would make me feel more free. That's how I started work as project manager in Habitat for Humanity. I work in a sphere which again boils down to environment. I am involved in housing policies, energy efficiency, energy poverty, and this has to do with waste incineration, air pollution, climate change. So, all in all, it became a lovely combination. I'm very happy that things in my life complemented each other in such a lovely way because, in fact, I kept being involved in environmental issues for 12 years. I'm on the board of the Environmentalists in Bulgaria, which I founded almost 30 years ago. So this is my introduction. Indeed, if anyone wonders, what does this lady do? This is what I do. I deal in many things, and I hope that I'm useful everywhere. Now, over to my presentation. I say we don't have your slides. If you need any help, let us know. I think you'll do fine. Yeah, I have a lot of experience with online presentations, so I'll be okay.
Като проучване имам предвид АСЕКОП, Асоциация на еколозите общините в България.
These are the results of our survey. It was focused on fine particular matter. The survey was about the air quality, but with a focus on PM10. I carried out an additional survey for today's presentation. I tried to contact all 22 municipalities where we have stations where No2 is being measured. So I'm not sure it is a very representative survey, but I'm going to tell you about the general conclusions as a result of the survey, because the key big cities provided us with information. A few words about the regions for air assessment and quality. We have 6. 3 of them are logical, large agglomerations: Sofia, Plovdiv, with Asenovrad and Kuklen, and Varna, including Devnya and Beloslav, and 3 other regions which cover the entire country, which for me is not a correct way to set apart regions for assessment and management of air quality. We have South, East and North Danubian region. The sense of having such regions for air quality management is to have a focus on the areas where we have actually identified issues. This is just a picture so that you can get an idea of how these regions look like. As regards the monitoring, in all of these regions there have been breaches of the permissible PM10 values. There are 28 municipalities in which exceeding of the values have been noticed, where 56% of the population lives. We have 2 strategic documents as regard emissions and emissions: the quality of ambient air, the national program by 2024, and the national program for control over air pollution from 2020 to 2030. In response to this, municipalities carried out their own programs for air quality. Almost all municipalities were funded under operational program environment, so almost all municipalities currently have programs in place and operational. For some of them, what is interesting is that although there is improvement of their air quality indicators, they continue to write programs and continue to be willing to maintain the lower levels achieved. 34 municipalities participated in the first survey, later to be joined by 10 more. One general piece of information: we have established instances of municipality exceeding the norms in 27 municipalities, and however, the excess values of NO2 were only for Plovdiv. These are the monitoring stations where the average daily standards exceeding 15 micrograms were over the permissible number of instances for the year, which is 35. We have ranked them in terms of levels measured. You can see that Plovdiv, Trachea neighborhood is on top. You can see chart. I want it to be clear that NO2 is a result of incineration of any form, and sometimes it comes from agriculture, which is related to nitrogen fertilizers which are used. What we can see here, and this data has been provided by the National Program for Issue and Emission Control, is that the share are different. This is done by calculating emissions on the basis of existing rules for this and the quantities of fuels used and on the market. So this is not measuring like the type of measurement we do at the air quality measurement stations, but just emissions based on the fuel used. And this shows that road transport has the highest share in pollution of the air with nitrogen oxides. Municipalities draw up measures The efforts are focused mainly on the PM10, but as you know, transport contributes to fine particulate matter 2.5, not only PM10. So some of the measures envisaged for reducing pollution focus on transport as a whole and not on nitrogen oxides. What is important to note here is that there is already understanding about the introduction of low emission zones. This is not a huge percentage, but such low emission zones are envisaged by all larger cities in which transport traffic is serious. The measures for reduction of transport pollution are largely related to increasing control over vehicles. The additional survey carried out with the colleagues from municipalities showed that there is a huge issue in the car fleet because it is very old, amortized, and this creates the largest pollution. Colleagues have noticed that the control over what vehicles are on the street is insufficient, and it is very important on the one hand to increase control over vehicles, but on the other hand to introduce low emission zones which would allow access to such polluting vehicles to be limited. They should not be able to access zones with a lot of pedestrians. You can see that all measures have been planned in the municipal programs, including with renewing the fleet of public transport, buying electrical buses, encouraging the use of public transport, extending the cycling lanes, cleaning the streets with water. It has to do with reducing PM10. As a whole, municipalities now understand that on the one hand we need to provide solutions to do with the organization of the public transport, and on the other hand controlling the sources of pollution. I cannot say to what extent the measures are successful, because what Ival presented some minutes ago made me think that the results we have from the monitoring, which calm us down, that I mean the official results, that No2 is not a key issue for our municipalities, but what I saw made me think that the accuracy of monitoring, the choice of locations where the measurements are taken and the monitoring stations are is of critical importance. Let me just show you one more thing, which is related to how each of us can be considerably more informed about what is happening in Europe and what is the situation in Bulgaria. First, allow me to show you how you can access the information I'm about to present you. You can open the website of the Ministry of Environment and Water. There is a link to the European Index on Ambient Air Quality. Then you can see a map of Europe and you can choose the country and what type of station you would like to see, what type of pollution you're interested in. I have opened the data for Bulgaria with 4 stations. The first one is in Pavlovo neighborhood of Sofia. The next one is in Mladost neighborhood of Sofia, and the third one is in Trakia, Plovdiv, and the fourth one is in Stara Zagora. Let's double click one of them. Let's say Pavlovo, Sofia. You can see details. So you saw that they're colored in green. These are the instant current values, but there are daily measurements as well, and accumulated data, and you can see the percentage of days with low quality, very low quality. In this case, this is the accumulated data for the past 365 days. You can further click on the country fact sheet for Bulgaria. If you click on it, you will see everything related to pollution in Bulgaria. There is a summary table in the beginning, which would be interesting for you to see. You can see that you can see the annual values on all pollutants that we provide. You can see benzene. These are results of PM10. They are a part of it. And you can see the general data. You can see information about you can see information by chemical compounds or by station. So I will choose No2, all stations. Let's choose those related to traffic. You can see the deviation. You can see the deviation against the norm, 40 micrograms. You can see what the measurements show. Everything can also be seen. You can see the breakdowns. You can see information about the health impacts of these measurements. This is just something in addition for those of you who have not yet accessed this information, and this is how I will conclude. I remain here at your disposal for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Asia. I shared the link to what you last showed us. We deal with this daily, the ambient air quality in Bulgaria. We would like to ask a few questions, but they would be addressed to the panel. I think that Svetoslav's question is not specifically to you. It can be answered in the panel later. Maybe if there are any technical questions, we can quickly ask them to us right now. I see this is not the case. So shall we move on to the last participant in this panel? I'd like to ask Tsvetan Kolev from the Association for Urban Policies to present to you. He has worked in transport plan as transport engineer, responsible for planning over the last few years. Now he's not in Sofia plan any longer. He's working on other projects. He will let us know what exactly. We invited Tsvetan because we wanted to hear from him about the challenges to sustainable urban mobility. Tsvetan proposed to talk about the price of mobility as an all-encompassing matter with a focus on the socio-economic dimensions of mobility as it stands in Sofia today and in Bulgaria as a whole. I hope, Tsvetan, that we will hear many examples from your experience supporting your presentation, your years in Vienna. You have the floor, and afterwards, during the panel discussion, we would like to ask all the questions that have been put in the chat. Good morning. Indeed, I have worked for a few years in Sofia Plan. This is the unit for strategic planning in Sofia, so I have some idea about Sofia, but what I would like to present to you today largely draws on information about Europe because there is a lot more data. I would like to relate this data to Sofia as well. Today, I will not talk at length about environment and ecology in the classic way, saying what is polluted, what is clean. What I would like to do is contribute. I think that your research at Zazamiata is excellent. Your methodology is very well founded. It's great. I look forward to continuing it. I'm interested in individual exposition. It could be correlated to health data about people who spend a lot of time in traffic, such as couriers or delivery people. That's their daily job, so such kind of data would be useful to me. A comment on particulate matter regarding Kasia Dubojeleva's presentation. I think it's quite unclear what exactly is the contribution of transport to particulate matter in cities. Transport as a source of pollution perhaps is not the main one, but it is a serious one. It has to do a lot with resuspension of particulate matter, indeed, especially considering the infrastructure in Sofia, the wind, the so-called mud spots in Sofia. Transport is a rather potent source of particulate matter. Allow me to share my screen. I hope that you'll be able to see my slides. Can you see them? Yes, we see your slides. Could you turn on full screen mode? Yes, excellent. Thank you. As Draga said, I will talk about the price of mobility. This means all the costs that we as people, as society, have to pay in order to have mobility. Of course, this cost would never amount to zero. Let us keep that in mind. Everything that we use, everything that we do costs something, be it time or money or other resources. The question is whether mobility, and urban mobility in particular, is it appropriate in terms of what we nowadays call mobility? First, I'd like to discuss infrastructure and the related costs. This is a study, quite a recent one. It was carried out in Germany, in Niedersachsen. This study looks at the costs out of pocket or taxes or other flows go towards the different kinds of mobility in the city. I think this pie chart is specifically for the town of Kiel. Income from different types of transport to the left, and to the right, municipal costs on types of transport. There are also shared costs that are difficult to assess per type of transport, such as lighting or other street elements, such as the lanes, for example, or secondary roads. They are shared by all. So this is a clarification. This study amounted to a book of 300 pages with a very well-substantiated methodology. You can see the link here. This is a breakdown for costs for types of mobility: public transport, cars, as well as freight traffic. This chart splits the percentage of the money that each municipality pays in addition. You can see here a difference between revenue and costs for different types of transport. And the difference between these two figures has to come from other financial sources. On the basis of this methodology that I can't explain briefly right now, calculates how much of this additional payment goes to each type of transport. Often, a case is made on the basis of the fact that public transport is subsidized, but that's not entirely true, because often car mobility is subsidized in no fewer terms than public transport. You can see the percentage here. It shows how many of these financial resources go towards mobility by personal cars alone. The same study, a breakdown of costs for different infrastructure-related items. The share of trucks is considerably small when compared against all vehicles. Here you can see the depreciation of streets here and the related costs. But of course, we have to bear in mind that truck transport is economically productive and it cannot be done away with. In other words, this depreciation, in fact, is covered by the taxes which are paid. And here you can see the splits for municipalities. However, it's interesting to see how cleaning costs and winter maintenance costs are done because of street lanes designated for cars, and there are no small costs for a small municipality, especially when it comes to winter maintenance. The same study takes into account the costs related to loss of human life in road accidents or related trauma. This is some statistics in German. In red, cars. Here you can see intercity streets, motorways, and these are streets in towns. So you can see clearly that in towns, in urban areas, pedestrians are mostly affected. Pedestrians and cyclists alike. I will make an analogy for Sofia later. What does it mean? Because the charts are quite similar for Sofia. What is the conclusion? Perhaps this is the most summarized statistics, even though the study has a lot of useful information. But the conclusion is that external costs paid by society, by all of us, whether we use a certain type of transport or not, we pay for these costs. Similarly to the millions that we saw on the revenue and costs chart, there is an additional cost related to health effects, pollution, climate change, and others. I think it's clear that on the basis of these calculations, you can see how every one of us, even if we don't use cars, we subsidize car use with our taxes. In other words, the argument against cyclists which goes, why do we have to provide bike lanes when cyclists don't pay taxes? Well, they may not pay taxes for their bike, but many of their taxes go towards supporting car infrastructure. Whereas costs for trucks are justified because this is the backbone of every economy. We cannot do away with truck transport. Now, whether it could be done in a more environmentally friendly way is another matter. But you can make a case for truck transport, and it's a very small share of the overall traffic.
Сега, каква е картинката в България?
What is the picture in Bulgaria? This is a study carried out in 2011 for the European Commission, if I'm not mistaken. It calculates the external costs of car transport, road transport, for every EU member state. And this is the data for Bulgaria. For traffic accidents alone, the cost for 2011 and we should factor in inflation of 30% since then. This is 1.6 billion euro. This is 6.5% of the GDP of Bulgaria for 2011. This went for external costs. This means 800 leva per person per year, or 300 leva per 1,000 man-kilometers traveled. For some, this is a lot. For others, this is not a lot. What is important to note is that we all pay for this, no matter whether we use it or not. People who do not have access to cars subsidize those who use cars more. This is a picture showing traffic accidents in Sofia municipality. This chart was taken from Program for Sofia. You can see additional information about this there. This chart shows the trend in traffic accidents. You can clearly see that pedestrians are the most vulnerable group. We have the greatest number of pedestrian deaths since between 2014-2019, which is the period of the study. There is no clear trend, and we can even see a rising trend due to the rising number of people with vehicles and changing the mobility culture in Sofia in the direction of moving with your own personal car. It's interesting to note here that almost all traffic accidents are at the fault of the driver. A very small share of accidents were not due to the were not at the fault of the driver. This is important to note, not because drivers are bad in general, but this is a structural issue. If you are dependent on a car, you should use your car, but we're all human, we make mistakes, and if you sit behind the wheel of a 2-ton vehicle and you are tired, you lack sleep, you're not focused, you are a danger for society. I'm not sure how much time you have left. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we need to have some time left for questions and answers. Can you sum up in 5 minutes? Yes. I'll skip to the next topic then, related to time spent and personal out-of-pocket costs. Speaking about movement, we often try to forecast what time it would take us to reach somewhere. If you use your car, you'd reach places the fastest if you don't take into account the time you spend looking for a place to park. But we rarely take into account that the time we invest in transport is not just the time we spend in transport itself, but in order to have a car, first you have to buy it, and to be able to maintain it, you have to earn this money, and you earn it by working, and working you invest time. So if you take this into account, then the effective speed for moving with a bicycle is twice as high as moving with a cheap, easy to maintain car, and much higher than if you buy a very expensive car. This calculation depends on the personal incomes of all of us, but what this graph shows is that people, social groups with lower income, have much lower mobility in a system focused on the car, with placing a priority on the car. This way, these participants in the traffic are even more discriminated against because they cannot afford to move in this system normally. And this chart shows, on the basis of the efficient speed, what happens with the different modes of transport. We have several car brands mentioned here, and the last one is the bus. If you accelerate movement by 10 kilometers, what would be the result on the effective speed? The idea of this column chart is the following: if we accelerate urban transport by 1 kilometer, it would have much greater social benefits. This shows how important bus lanes are, why they need to exist, and why the calculation is not just how much it would take us to form such lanes and how much space they take. This is another diagram from another survey. What is calculated is the lifetime car costs as a percentage of net income. So the time interval here is 50 years against the total income that you would have for 50 years, and there are different categories: millionaires, senior employees, and so on. This is the wealth you will accumulate throughout your life, and the cost in euro, this is a percentage of their income. I can see the you can see that the chart speaks for itself. The poorer people cannot afford this. The conclusion from this study is that car policies or car mobility affects vulnerable social groups, affects the lower and middle classes. These are regressive policies because people who do not have high incomes can hardly afford to have one or more than one cars. they don't drive as much as rich people, and they subsidize the rest. So it turns out that the poor subsidize the rich, which is not the right logic in general. As regards health, let me be briefer. Moving by car does not only affect air quality and traffic incidents, but they are also related to some of the greatest scourges of rich world. These are cardiovascular diseases, which are directly correlated to the activity we have on a daily basis. Mobility focused on cars makes us have much lower activity than if we move. Car-centric cities have people with much lower daily activity. In Copenhagen, there was a study on health and societal costs for this. The conclusions are that for 1 kilometer traveled by bicycle, society wins 16 euro cents, because people traveling by bicycle are healthier and have lower needs of medical aid, which saves costs, while 1 kilometer traveled by a car has the reverse effect. Society loses 9 euro cents per kilometer traveled by car on health-related issues. Space. What is a car-centric policy? There are two types of spaces in an urban environment as regards traveling. The first one has to do with traveling, and the second one is a space for storing or keeping the means for transportation. This graph shows how much each vehicle takes, depending on how many people there are and what the speed is. A personal car traveling at 40 kilometers per hour takes up space of 60 square meters because of the space you have to keep. This is why the transport system is not effective. In order to take advantage of what's most beneficial, to be flexible, you need huge spaces, especially if you want to guarantee that everybody will be able to travel this way. It's not by chance that we tell that over 60% of public spaces are occupied with something to do with cars, be it parking spaces or traffic lanes. As regards spaces, it's important to have car parking spaces. The idea of this graph is to show the contemporary understanding of a household now, how much space is needed for parking and how complex it is to find and to regulate parking spaces, because there are standards for parking. I don't want to talk more about this. It's an important topic, but we don't have enough time. It's hard to put a standard which would meet these standards, which would not be harmful in terms of space.
Very briefly, this is a database on a Sofia program. Here you can see the border of the city of Sofia. Green are all the green spaces under the spatial plan, whether they have been provided for or not. And this circle in the middle is the parking spot necessary to park all the cars registered in Sofia. And this is the parking area necessary to provide for one parking spot for each of these cars where it usually stays, and one more for the places that you usually go to. Because every city needs this. Essentially, a car needs 2 parking spots. To put it roughly, this is the place that we need for parking spots. In Sofia, this is not necessarily a place where parking was allowed, because we know that people park everywhere. But this is the space that is necessary to park the cars. And even if we solve all the other problems, the spatial problem remains. This is approximately 15% of the area of the city of Sofia. And as a whole, its area amounts to more than the area of all the green spaces, of all the parks. We certainly need space within which we use cars, but if the system is oriented around using personal vehicles, this means that a lot of our living space will go towards parking spots. This is the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Apologies if I spoke a bit longer, but many of the concepts are new to us, and that's why I wanted to explain them at length. I hope it was interesting for you. Thank you, Svetan. Luckily, we have a 20-minute buffer between the 2 panels, so the speakers can participate in a discussion. Let us proceed to the panel discussion right now. There were a number of questions, comments. I think that you must have read them in the Zoom chat. There was a question by Svetlo to Asia. I think it can be addressed to Svetlana as well. I don't know if Yuval would comment on that. I would like to. Svetlo, would you like to ask your question? Yeah, we read it. How to solve the problem with curbing particulate matter in a manner similar to the way big green cities did, such as Amsterdam, for example. Could we do it with low emission areas? Or do we have to fully rely on alternative mobility methods? As I could say a few words about Amsterdam or low emission areas. I'm not going to talk at length. I can't say about Amsterdam whether they have a low emission area. Vienna does. And it has been in existence for more than 10 years. As far as I know, certain types of transport were prohibited from entering the city, and such processes always start with banning trucks first. European standards, Euro 2, Euro 3, I'm not sure if it was limited, but Euro 1, Euro 2 are no longer allowed to enter Vienna at all. As far as I know, there is an excellent network of CCTV monitoring entering cars, the registration of the sticker, and there are considerable fines when any offenses are registered. This is the case for Vienna. I can't say much about Amsterdam. Svetan, would you like to add something? I wanted to provide information about Amsterdam's low emission zones in Amsterdam. They don't actually have such strict limits. It's only for diesel. In fact, the proposal for Sofia is stricter than the one for Amsterdam. But this is no accident. Amsterdam doesn't need to introduce such bans because they have in place other measures for curbing car traffic. They don't limit the type of cars. They use other methods. The transport system is organized in such a way that people rarely use cars for their daily mobility. Actually, it's not about opting between one or the other, low emission zone or alternative mobility methods. Alternative mobility methods are always important for low emissions. So even if there is very high ambition for limiting the access of old cars to certain parts of the city, if no alternatives are provided for people who are asked to leave their vehicles and use another type of transport, be it public transport or active mobility or shared mobility, these two approaches to solving air pollution, in fact, complement each other. They are not alternative to each other. Vienna and Amsterdam both apply successful practices, and there are tangible results. I'd like to add something, if I may. Angel posted a link in the chat. I recently also checked the case. Amsterdam has very serious mobility policies. They plan to introduce further measures in 2025 in order to provide for lower emissions. In more industrial cities in Europe, there is already talk about zero emissions or very low emissions. So that's what I wanted to say. There is an old adage, well, Sofia is not Amsterdam, but we should look to Amsterdam and the good practices of other cities. If you have any questions, please raise your hand using the Zoom function for reaction. Or if you have any questions, put them in the Q&A box or in the chat. I have a question to Asia. I don't know if you can answer this question, but you regularly hold talks with municipalities. Why is there such a small interest to promoting public cycling transport? Only 3%. Why is there such a low ambition in programs for improving ambient air quality? Why is the focus still on cars and replacing cars with newer generations of cars? Why don't we actually do what we saw from Svetan's presentation is very sensible and a lot healthier alternative? Well, I can hardly say, neither per municipality nor per all municipalities. I can give you my personal opinion. Let us keep in mind that municipalities are quite inert structures about many topics. Environmental policies have long been neglected. When it comes to air quality, things started changing only when some funding was made available for measures. And this is how municipalities work in Bulgaria. If there is targeted funding in any area, municipalities become active and start implementing what they can in terms of measures. If there is no funding on any area, the municipalities always reply, well, we don't have money for that. What we mostly need to change is how municipal councils work and how municipal budgets are adopted. And we need more civil activity in this area, because if something is not provided for in a municipal budget for next year, there is an extremely slim chance of making it happen. When you see a municipal budget, there is a line saying what are the investment intentions and the investment program of the municipality for that year. And if something is not included under that line, it will come to no fruition at all. Funding bike lanes is not a problem on its own. The problem is to find good spatial planning solutions for the routes of these bicycle lanes and not have an isolated segment. This is what happened in many municipalities. They made one isolated segment instead of developing bicycle networks that are usable. The piecemeal approach has no result, and I haven't even started talking about the bad quality of construction, which causes problems for all the people. Finding the proper space, finding the proper spatial planning solution is the most important, not so much a matter of funding. Thank you. In the infographics that you showed, bicycle lanes were in a different segment, expansion of the network. Promoting is another thing. On one hand, it calls for infrastructural provision. On the other hand, it calls for information campaigns in order to encourage people to use bicycle transport. Svetan, you wanted to add something? Yes, brief comment. It's not only about what municipalities do, it's about the way things are funded in Bulgaria, because in Bulgaria, municipalities rely mostly on state funds. This is the main source of funds for them. Of course, this is normal. It's the state that has to allocate the resources or part of the resources. But the problem is that in this case, we're talking about all of the resources. Municipal revenues from local taxes or fees are not sufficient at all for anything. Due to this system, municipalities have no incentives to do anything that would accrue revenue for them because they don't have the right to do it. There was a recent study comparing exactly that. Comparing across European states, the revenue share and the own participation of municipalities across Europe. Whether municipalities have revenues from local taxes, for example. Something which is underestimated here is that a large part of the economy is concentrated in towns and cities. Municipalities have the leverage to provide environment for small businesses. Small businesses mainly work in towns or cities. So for municipalities to provide an environment for businesses, it would make sense for municipalities to have some revenue from these businesses. But this is not the case in Bulgaria, and that's why it's difficult for municipalities to have more independent activities. Thank you. One clarification that I wanted to make. Indeed, there are taxes collected at national level, and then some of them go towards municipal budgets. I can't say what exactly the share is right now, but it used to be 50% per 50%. Income tax was allocated to municipalities. So there is a distribution of revenues collected at national level and their reallocation to municipalities. However, local taxes or fees that municipalities adopt depend on municipalities. What we witness in most of the occasions is that municipalities have concerns and they are very reluctant to raise taxes for political reasons. A comment that was not made by me, I don't remember exactly who said it, but it had excellent logic, comparing the amounts paid for a closed complex where there is excellent quality of maintenance, green areas, etc. In other words, a quality environment. This is somewhere between 1,000 or more left. And comparing it against what we pay as property tax. And property tax is the revenue which goes to the municipality, yet we expect the same quality of service, green areas, maintenance, etc. So the role of municipalities is important here. They have to be braver to raise taxes, but what would also they offer in terms of service if they do it?
I understand you mentioned that a lot we're always experiencing lack of resources, but we will agree that even available resources are not always spent in a quality way. Tsvetan mentioned the price of responsibility, and I've been thinking all this time about a paradigm which is often mentioned in different contexts, and in general I've been thinking that what is true? Are we too poor? Because we often hear we don't have money for lanes. Are we too poor to afford sustainable transport, or are we too poor to sustain the existing polluting transport? And this has to do with a further question to Tsvetan about the picture of subsidizing Sofia transport. Do you have an idea? How would you comment? If I get you correctly, you pose the question to me. Yes, but in general, the question about poverty and what we can afford. I have two comments. I wish to present something about Sofia in this respect, but unfortunately we have limited data on cash flows, and it's hard to do something. We are currently trying to do something similar, but we don't have a finished product. What I will comment is that at least superficially what we can see in Sofia and in other big Bulgarian towns is that in practice municipalities don't pay so much for infrastructure, and this shows infrastructure in Bulgaria is deteriorating. It needs to be maintained. We don't have infrastructure of good quality. As Astia mentioned, we don't have enough vehicle control. As regards emissions, this is internalizing the external costs. So the costs you are causing with your dirty polluting car and the risk for the other participants in the traffic is something you pay yourself. In Bulgaria this is not existing. We have low car taxes, low environmental category tax. So all these costs are externalized. So what happens is that they are equally distributed among all participants in the traffic. And once again, if we look at the statistics, this is a regressive policy, because this is a fixed cost for the people with the lowest income, and it is a huge burden for them. This is true for Bulgaria as well. But if while in the West the tax collection rate is higher and they can afford to maintain and improve the infrastructure, the air quality in the West is better for many reasons. This is not the case in Bulgaria. So the income difference leads to lower quality of infrastructure and air quality, because we don't have enough funds. Yes, we are poorer, but instead of organizing our transport better, we're not doing it. So it's more logical to rethink our strategy. We should use more efficient transport. This is my message. Thank you for your participation. I would like to thank all the panelists and our audience. Now we're going to turn to the next panel: Urban Planning for Clean Air and Sustainable Mobility, a second generation of transport. Stay with us, we have speakers present already. Let's start at 40 minutes past the hour, in 2 minutes, with the subsequent speakers. Because you urged us to give a final conclusion, this is my conclusion. Some things are up to money. It's important to have money to make financial investments, but other things are up to behavioral patterns and habits. There are administrative measures to be taken by the municipality, which are not expensive, but there should be political will for this. And on the other hand, we as citizens need to have adequate habits. Thank you. See you in 1 minute.
Добре. Почваме ли? В Фейсбук имаш предвид. Здравейте отново, добре дошли във втория панел.
Hello again, welcome to the second panel of today's Day of Clean Energy for People online event of No2 happening for the 5th consecutive year. In the next hour and a half we're going to talk about transport mobility solution of the next generation, finishing the previous panel by Ася Доброджелева. She said that bold mobility and transport solutions are up to financing on the one hand, but also changing our habits on the other hand. So we're going to talk about habits, political ways of financing mobility and transport of the next generation. And by this we mean mobility which complies with the needs of the people, but also with the opportunity to live in a clean environment and favorable urban environment. So next generation does not always have to do with having carbon neutral cars, but rather all alternatives, all other possibilities which would make the urban environment more favorable. Well, there will be Angel Burov, our friend, like-minded person from the University of Architecture, Construction and Geodesy in Sofia. We have Viktor Chushev also joining us. He's an urban mobility expert, and he will represent the Urban Mobility Association, and Jens Müller, our colleague from Clean Cities campaign, a campaign for clean cities, which Zazemyata joined last year, and with which we have been partnering and exchanging knowledge. Angel, you will be the first participant. At the end of the panel, there will be some time for questions and answers and a discussion. Angel, you can say a few words about yourself. Angel will talk about urban planning, clean air, sustainable mobility, how with the means of urbanism and how we can model transport solutions so that we have sustainable mobility. Hello. Let me share my presentation.
Да, извинявайте, но тук технически нещо с Zoom се забавлява.
Анчо, не те чуваме.
Microphone for the speaker.
Не си мютнат в Zoom, но по някаква причина не те чуваме, преди малко те чувахме. Не.
Ако искаш, пробвай да влезеш отново.
Try to rejoin us. Victor, you can start if you want. Sorry for changing the order, but let's not put Angel under pressure now. So, Victor, if you are with us and if you are ready, we can start the panel with your presentation. I need a minute. Okay, sorry for this. In the meantime, I will present you Victor Chushev is from urban transport and infrastructure. He's a urban mobility expert. He has worked with numerous municipalities for improving their public transport. His last project was from last year with the municipality of Dobrich, where he participated in a team of experts for improving urban transport. He's also a participant in the work group for transport connectivity in the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which has already been finalized and should be implemented until 2026. He's also a counselor of the Minister of Transport and Communication. So Victor knows a lot about policy. He's in the know about transport policies and vision. Victor, if you can, you can start. Angel is has overcome his difficulties.
Good morning. Allow me to share my screen. Thank you very much for this lovely introduction. Can you see my slides? Can you please confirm that you see my slides? Yes, Victor, we can see it very well indeed. Well, I'm going to present to you the perspectives on carbon neutral transport in Bulgaria at national and local level. Draga introduced me very well indeed. Over the last 6 months, I worked specifically on the National Recovery and Resilience Plan of Bulgaria. In the part Transport Connectivity, it plans for many carbon-neutral transport measures. I'd like to tell you more today, not only about the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, but I'll start with the plan. This is the dress rehearsal, to put it this way, to transform European programs. This is a new financial mechanism, planning not only for investments, but for specific reforms and deadlines for their introduction. In other words, apart from a commitment to implement the investments, there are strict deadlines for the implementation of these investments that have to be kept. Payments for investments are coupled with the deadlines for implementing the reforms. You know, this is not the case right now under the operational programs because there are phasing out possibilities, etc. This is not the case in the plan. What does the plan set forth? This is the plan that was approved by Brussels. There is considerable investment planned for passenger transport. You can see here delivery of rail cars for suburban transport, double-deckers, single-deckers, then intercity rolling stocks, enabling people to move comfortably and quickly to different points in the country. Next, installations of onboard ETCS equipment for passenger and cargo transport. This means an actual speed of 160 kilometers per hour for trains. Next, the Sofia Metro, third phase, which is funded under the national plan, and the last project, which is perhaps not as familiar, is with a budget of 100,000. The overall investment is over 1 billion lev. About 1.5 billion is the overall funding. This is to be invested in transport in the country by 2026. Now, in more details about the specific projects under the plan. I told you about the first one, the introduction of the so-called set train service in suburban areas in Sofia, Plovdiv and other towns. It plans for the buying of single-deck and double-deck interoperable electric multiple unit sets. If necessary, they can be used not only here, they can also move on rails outside of Bulgaria, if necessary. So they can be used for regional transport. The focus here is suburban transport, but it is not limited to suburban transport alone. These electric multiple unit sets can be used across the whole network. The double-decker rail cars are for Sofia, mostly the rail cars to Pernik. The others, the single-deckers, are for Sofia and other agglomerations. Burgas, Ruse, Varna will be provided for. The currently operational Siemens rail cars will also service other places such as Kazanlak, Stara Zagora, Sliven, Yambol, wherever there is potential for suburban transport. What's important to say here is that the state commits to maintaining these multiple unit sets operational. Over the next 15 years, the state will provide for their maintenance costs. In other words, the operator of these multiple unit sets, the operator will operate them or clean and maintain them as a baseline. But all the serious repairs that have to be done, or in the case of any technical failures, these would be covered for by the company which delivers and maintains them. These are the baseline plans for servicing Sofia and Plovdiv. These are the two places with the biggest number of passengers. You can see here the intervals, Sofia Parnik in peak times per 20 minutes. In fact, it can be done even right now under the current infrastructure. The feasibility studies show that this is completely achievable. We can even do that right now, but we don't have sufficient rolling stock to organize it. Similarly, in Plovdiv, there is great demand from industrial areas for urban railroad to the industrial areas. So this would attract more investments to the regions where access is made easier and well organized. Step by step, this will be implemented in all agglomerations where there is similar rail network. Next, intercity trains, long-distance trains. You see here on the picture a push-pull rolling stock. I think this one here is the connection between Czech Republic and Germany. Our multiple unit sets will feature a locomotive and 5 rail cars. The last one would be a driving trailer. Also, ECTS, onboard equipment, again, maintenance provided for by the state. The gradual development of infrastructure would allow a more optimum use of the rolling stock. By accelerating speeds on the rails, the rolling stock will be able to make more journeys per day. To put it simply, if we reach Burgas from Sofia via Plovdiv in 6.5 hours after this rolling stock is delivered and the railroad is fully modernized, it would take 4.5 hours to go from Sofia to Burgas, or even less. So when the train reaches Burgas more quickly, it can return more quickly. In other words, one rolling stock could make more journeys within a day. These are the plans on the map. This is how we are going to organize the work of the trains on the territory of the whole country. The next project has to do with the onboard equipment. As I said, the main point of ETCS is to reach zero emissions. We want this rolling stock to be able to communicate with the new ERTMS. These are 108 sets of onboard equipment. Currently, there are about 170 appropriate electric locomotives and rail cars that can be equipped, and this equipment can be installed on other types of vehicles as well. A methodology will be drafted allowing for the proportional distribution of this equipment in accordance with the market share of the companies in order to avoid market distortion. So every operator that wants to would be able to receive such type of equipment. As I said, this equipment will enable the rolling stock to move at 160 kilometers per hour. The fourth project is the Sofia subway. 3 metro stations. This is metropolitan data. They plan for 7,600,000 passengers throughout the first year. The cumulative effect of having a subway system which moves more than half of the passengers in Sofia is really great. This project is at a very advanced stage because it's under construction right now. You can see an illustration here of construction activities in the neighborhood of Levski in Sofia. The last project, it is not as known as the others, the Green Mobility Project Support for Sustainable Urban Mobility. Under this project, electric buses, trolley buses, or even hydrogen buses will be delivered. During talks with the European Commission, it became clear that the European Commission does not distinguish environmentally for the purposes of this procedure between a hydrogen bus and electrical bus. So the procedure is not only limited to electric buses and trolley buses. However, this procedure is planned for 40 smaller urban municipalities. That is, the bigger urban municipalities will not be eligible for this type of rolling stock. I'll let you know why later. The project also plans for the setting up of charging stations, ticketing systems, information boards, applications, and others. It plans for infrastructural measures. These are softer measures. Also, research activity, developing of master plans for traffic organization. The 100 million levs that are planned for this project might not be sufficient for all of these numbers. So state co-funding might have to be increased for this project. As I said in the beginning, the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience plans not only for investments, but also for reforms. These are mandatory if we want to improve the situation in the country. This takes not only an improvement of the technical condition and the comfort of public transport, but also the organization and accounting. That's why the first more serious reform is the introduction of a national ticketing system standard. Currently, we do not have such a standard, which means that ticketing systems in Bulgaria are not necessarily interoperable. And if we want them to be integrated under an overall national system and offer tickets that are valid for the bigger part of the country, not only, let's say, the area of the municipality, but the area of a region or across the whole country, this system must be able to communicate with each other. Setting up such a standard would provide passengers with more options for tickets and would also enable operators to know about the passenger who is taking certain journeys and be aware of the number of journeys taken. The national ticketing system is to be reformed as well. The creation of a national ticketing system is part of the reform planned in the NRRP. The backbone will be the railway. Every operator can subscribe to this national ticketing system. It must be an open system. It will be based on the national standard. It will allow for other forms of mobility to be integrated as well, and will aggregate automatically journey data in order to optimize the transport service. Another important aspect of the reforms is the introduction of vouchers for annual transport cards. This will enable employers to provide to employees not only food vouchers or services vouchers, but also can give to their employees annual transport cards as a bonus. This is very important, especially for smaller towns where purchasing power is very low. Salaries are a lot smaller than in Sofia. So the big employers who open factories in smaller towns will be able to give such cards to their employees. Currently, these big companies pay a lot for company transport because there is no municipal transport. But this voucher system will give money to municipalities that will be able to organize public transport to these factories. Something else which is very important is the update of some of the acts. This is a decree of the Ministerial Council, an ordinance. The idea is to allow children and students up to the age of 26 to use public transport for free. The point is to enable them to realize the advantages of public transport while they're still young. When they get used to using public transport, when they know the routing system, the pricing, they will be less inclined to buy personal vehicles once they start work. In other words, to create a habit for using public transport while they are still young. Of course, not only this, there are other reforms planned, other amendments to the ordinance, but the point is to attract more passengers.
As
I said, we need new pieces of legislation. In short, we don't have Passenger Transport Act. We have Freight Transport Act and Passenger Act. There are different definitions on what is a ticket, what is a fine, what is a passenger. It's important to work on the secondary pieces of legislation as well in order to regulate the technical requirements. The National Transport Scheme is another important thing. It stems from the new act. The introduction of a national transport scheme will allow passengers to be guaranteed passenger transport to any point of the country, respectively with the rail transport, so that the different modes of transportation supplement each other and not compete each other, which is the case now. Quality is important. Through the introduction of such a transport scheme, there will be opportunities for introduction of quality control, which is remote by the state through digitalization of this process. Other opportunities. Thank you, Victor. Thanks a lot. Could you conclude your presentation within 5 minutes? What are the other opportunities? I hinted on some other opportunities previously, but now I'm going to talk more about this. Operational program Regions in Development 2021-2027 focused at the 10 largest municipalities. These municipalities will be able to fund their urban transport systems in the years to come. Unfortunately, this OP has not been approved yet and the procedures cannot start. Other financial structures which are used are the urban development funds, the EBRD, the EIB, the World Bank, and so on. There are plenty of opportunities that municipalities could tap into in order to use adequately, and municipalities would be able to receive loans from these institutions if they meet their requirements. Now is a very good time to take loans. In conclusion, There are a lot of prerequisites for public transport to be a recommended mode of transport. We should purchase diverse rolling stock. We should walk the path. The deadline is 2026. If you have any questions, I'm at your disposal to answer them. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you, Victor. We can see a question from Radustina. Why don't you answer her directly, because it is a personal question. There is a question in the Q&A session that we're going to pose at the end of the panel, and for those of us listening from abroad and not familiar with the current political situation in Bulgaria, we can hear some bold and visionary plans which are already put in place, and funding has been contracted for them. We environmentalists are filled with hope from what we see done in the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Environment. For those of you who don't know, there was a vote of no confidence which passed, and now we are in for a political process. We can expect either a new cabinet or there will be new elections at the end of the summer and the beginning of the autumn season in Bulgaria. Just for you to have an idea about the political climate in Bulgaria nowadays. And this is just something I had to mention on top of the good policies and the desire to implement them. We'll keep the question to Victor for the panel. Angel is with us. Let's hope that we can hear him. No, unfortunately we cannot hear you. At least I cannot hear you. Can anybody else hear him? I cannot hear him either. Can somebody from tech support help us, or is this not a problem with the streaming, but locally with Angel? Okay, how about allowing Angel some time to change his device? Jens, if you're ready.
Because Angel is facing still some technical problem with his sound. So if you are with us and willing to just get into the discussion and presentation mode now, you're more than welcome.
We can try that. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, perfectly. Okay,
so that part works.
Very good.
I'm happy to do it now. Whatever works better for you and the content.
I think it will be better just not to lose time and to give the chance for Angel to set up just his new device so that he can join us after you. So thank you for jumping in and saving the timekeeping of the panel. Okay, Jens is a colleague of ours from the Clean Cities campaign. I will just talk in English now, and later on switch to Bulgarian probably for the discussion. So Jens is a colleague from the Clean Cities campaign, who is the policy and research lead at CCC. He manages the research projects and knowledge base of the Clean Cities campaign. And this is a European coalition of 70 grassroots and civil society organizations who work in 14 countries, and Bulgaria and Zazemyata is part of this coalition since end of last year, 2021. We're still getting into the Clean Cities campaign, the projects and the ambitions of the campaign, but we're very happy to be there and definitely motivated to work together with all these colleagues and organizations for better mobility in Europe. The network is united by the vision for zero-emission urban mobility by 2030. and promoting measures such as low emission zones, zero emission zones, low traffic zones, and school streets, among a lot of other projects and measures. So Jens, over to you. Thanks a lot for being with us. And today we'll hear from Jens about a recent research that the Clean Cities campaign did and presented during the European Green Week. And this analysis was called How Ready Are European Cities for Zero Emissions Mobility? So Jens, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me and for inviting us and for being part of the Clean Cities campaign. We're really happy to have partners also from Bulgaria, because we really want to have the whole of Europe included. And of course, then also Bulgaria plays an important part. I will try to speak slowly because I know there is interpreters trying to translate all of this into Bulgarian. So if I'm speaking too fast, don't hesitate to let me know, and I will try to slow down a bit more. So thank you for the invitation. And having been to Sofia several times in the past years myself, I saw some also interesting examples on the ground, and also, of course, things like in all cities that need to be improved. And I'll try to bring the European perspective to the debate today, and I'll start sharing my slides now. And if you could just let me know whether you can see them. Should be coming.
Yeah, we can see your slides.
Perfect. So today, at least this part of the technology is working. I said yesterday that there's no good online event where the technology fades at one point. So hopefully for Angel also it will work soon. So he already said who's the Clean Cities campaign. We're 70 grassroots and civil society organizations, from very small ones to big ones like Client Earth, for example, and working in 14 countries to go to zero emission urban mobility. So really by 2030 is our target date. It's very ambitious, but also the European Commission, for example, have started a new mission to say, hey, cities need to go to climate neutrality by 2030, not only in transport, but overall. And so it's really important that we keep the ambition high, because I think with every study we're seeing, we notice that the climate crisis isn't getting better, on the contrary, and also the health aspects are just getting stronger by every new study that shows the evidence. So the main things that we're focusing on is really to say, in a city, you need to start by reallocating public space for walking, cycling, and greenery. And I will show you some results from a survey that we did in cities. It's really that people don't want just, to have some tweaks here and there to the transport system, but many of them aspire for a more livable and more lovable city, as the European Commission said yesterday. I think I like that term, more lovable, that you really like your city. And when I look at the beautiful architecture in Sofia, for example, I think there's many ways in which you could enjoy the city much more if there was a bit more space in certain places, and also if maybe the safety was better, the noise was lower, and so on, like in almost any other European city. Also, public transport plays a key role, and I know that Sofia has been investing a lot in public transport. So, for example, the metro, I think is, for example, a very good example of that, on how things are moving forward. I also see that there is movement on the zero-emission bus development, for example, and we really want public, but also where necessary shared transport. So, for example, more flexible systems, or with an application you can call a service to your place, for example, and pool the ride with other people, share the ride. For us, that's also a good solution. And then we really want to get petrol, diesel, and gas cars out of cities in the midterm, because we think, they shouldn't be close to where people are breathing, and we need to get rid of them anyway because of the climate crisis. The European Parliament voted just a few weeks ago in favor of putting an end date for new cars being sold with combustion engines, and the end date that they propose is 2035. So that would be quite soon from an industry point of view, but still enough time to prepare. And actually, a lot of the big car companies say, well, we're probably going to go faster, and we're happy to get the clarity now so that everybody knows what to expect. And so by 2030, we want only zero-emission cars and vans in cities, and eventually also, of course, buses, trucks, and so on. So for buses, we can go faster. The Netherlands already have 100% electric buses that they are buying. So last year, 100% of all the buses in the whole country of the Netherlands were electric or hydrogen powered. And for trucks, maybe it will take a little bit longer, but the European Commission is also working on an end date for the sales of trucks with combustion engines. I'll take a little pause so that the interpreters can breathe and let me know if I'm too fast. Are they happy so far?
I think it's all good, so we can go on.
Good. So let's get to the thick of it. I will quickly, during my presentation, show you the key facts for why we need to get to zero emission transport, to elaborate a bit more on what I said, show you the evidence on the people actually asking for it, and then look at what Dragomir already mentioned, the CCC city ranking that we recently did, comparing 36 European cities. Sofia wasn't yet part of it, Bulgaria wasn't yet in it, but for the next edition, that's something we definitely want to improve. I will explain why we didn't include it this time. And we'll also look at an example of a zero emission zone, because, you know, I hear that in Sofia and in Bulgaria, there's a big debate on low emission zones, which is good. And I think it's really overdue that this happens. I know in Sofia, it's been in the discussions for quite a while. And low emission zones are definitely great, but they're only a step towards zero emission. They are not enough in the long term, you know, to reduce air pollution a little bit. And to conclude, I will look at what cities, governments, and the EU should be doing. So here, a quick recap of, you know, why do we need to go to zero emission mobility? I already said a bit of this, but overall, when you look at both the problems and the opportunities, they're usually concentrated in cities. So cities are really special places. A lot of people live there, 3/4 of the EU population, but also a lot of the greenhouse gases happening there. So for transport, 1/4 of all the emissions, although the distances are quite short, still 1/4 of all the emissions happens in cities. And also we know that in more than 100 cities across the EU, the current legal limits are not respected. So the air pollution is really toxic over there. And on top of this, the World Health Organization, and I was on a conference just 2 days ago with their boss for Europe, and she was very clear, like the new science that has been analyzed over the past 15 years shows we need to go much lower. So the World Health Organization, for example, for No2, so the pollution that is mainly coming from diesel cars and trucks, they recommend that we go from 40 micrograms in a cubic meter of air to 10, so 4 times more ambitious. And that means that, you know, if you apply this, there's almost no European city that complies. And I think a lot of homework to be done. The EU, when you look at the overarching climate objective, says we need minus 55% greenhouse gases by 2030. And we also know it's not enough, given that climate change is really progressing faster than we thought. I think the summer is showing again with the extreme temperatures and drought and fires that we don't have a lot of time. And the health science, as I said, is also progressing. And so cities can and must lead the way. They are in the right place to do so. And many of them are already quite ambitious. So when we compare to targets of governments, for example, cities are usually leading the way. Not all of them, but many. And the EU also now for the first time recognizes really how important the role of cities is by saying, okay, we really want to have that mission. We want to have 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. So that's very soon. So let's look at the evidence. Citizens are ready to change. So we commissioned a survey run by the big UK-based organization called YouGov. They interviewed 10,000 people in 15 cities across 8 countries. You can see the cities on the screen here. For example, from Central and Eastern Europe, in this case, we focused primarily on Budapest, but also Warsaw, Krakow. The reason for not being able to do all the European cities is that in some cities, it's really hard to find a panel that is representative. So you need companies on the ground. They have a lot of people in the database. And so far in Central and Eastern Europe, it's been much more expensive than other places. But I think they're working on this. So in the future, we'll be able to include more Central and Eastern European cities. But you can see that when we speak about, do people only want zero emission cars in their cities after 2030? You also see that the support in Budapest is very strong, among the strongest. Warsaw and Krakow also, you know, much more than the half of the people really want to go to zero emission mobility. And so overall in Europe, it's 59%. So almost 2 in 3 Europeans say, well, we're ready. We want only zero emission vehicles in cities by 2030. If you ask for other things, in that case, space for clean mobility, 68% say we want more space for public transport. You don't want to be stuck in a traffic jam if you're on a bus. Very stressful, and you inhale a lot of pollution potentially from the cars that's surrounding you, and maybe even from the bus if it's not zero emissions. 66% want more space for pedestrians, so also very clear. They really want to be able to walk safely, walk your kids to school, not being afraid of being hit by a car when you cross the street, which, for example, in places like Brussels and also Paris or Berlin is often still the case, unfortunately. And also 56% want more space for cyclists. And we saw during the pandemic, a lot of people started cycling. Now with the very high energy prices, is also a very good and healthy way, but it also means that it needs to be safe and you need to have the proper space for it. And air pollution, which is one of the main topics here, is also a very clear and strong demand from people. 71% overall say we want our mayors to do more. So it's a really strong call on mayors. If you look at very polluted places, let's take Milan, for example, 84% say, yes, mayor need to do more. Also in the Polish cities that are known for being very polluted, very strong signal, 84%. So almost everybody says it's not enough what we're doing. And I think probably in Sofia, if we were to do it there next time, the signal would also be very strong. And what we, as the Clean Cities campaign, try to do is to bring a lot of, as Dragomira said, transparency and knowledge exchange into the space and to allow cities to compare each other. We want to be what we call a positive pressure. So we're not there to bash cities, say, you're bad, you will never change, but to say, hey, look, you're already doing well there. You can improve in other areas. And the starting positions of cities are the same. So Sofia is very different from Oslo in many ways. Of course, because, you know, the geography is different, the history is different, the economic development can also be different. But at the same time, the challenges are very similar and the solutions often are not so much about money only, but they're often more about political will and listening to the people who want that change. So what we did is we benchmarked cities to spur a race to the top. So everybody aspires to become better. And we included 36 cities from 16 countries. And we had a whole range of indicators. So we didn't only look at one, but with 4 categories, the ones that I mentioned before: space, public and shared transport, getting rid of polluting cars, only zero emission cars. And then we looked at what it means in terms of the space for walking and cycling compared to the roads. How much congestion do you have in a city? Because if it's very congested, it's very stressful, polluted, and also often dangerous. Pedestrian safety and cyclist safety. So how many of the weaker participants of road traffic are being killed per year compared to the city population? Then how affordable is public transport if you compare it to the local income? How easy is it to access public transport in terms of the number of stops? How much charging infrastructure for electric vehicles is publicly available? Which policies are in place, which includes low and zero emission zones, but also car sharing, bike sharing, and so on. And looking at clean air. So what's the current air quality levels over 3 years in the past? And also what is the trend? So if you come from a very high level of pollution, we also want to give cities credit for reducing pollution very fast. So you can get a good score in the trends if you're doing your homework. So we published this in February 2022. The research was led by Ricardo Energy and Environment, who are a consultancy based in the United Kingdom. They work a lot for the European Commission as well. For example, right now they're working on the new clean air laws that the EU will adopt in the future. And importantly, we gave an opportunity to all the cities in the ranking to provide their data, to check against our data. So we send our questions and data and said, hey, have a look, do you have better data? So we wanted to make sure we really work with the best available data. Overall, it's still quite difficult in many cities, and that's also the main reason why we weren't able to include more cities this time, but we're working on it for the future. It's really that many cities either don't have data themselves or they don't have it in comparable format to other cities. So really struggled, especially I have to say in Central and Eastern Europe with a few cities. We didn't try Bulgaria this time because we didn't have an active presence when we started the project. Now with Sofia Metro, this is changing. So for next time, we're in a much better position. But for other places in Central and Eastern Europe, except for in that case, Poland, for example, and Slovenia, it's been really hard to get good data. And also in the rest of Europe, to be fair, some cities don't know how many cycle lanes they have. They don't have good information about the affordability of public transport. It can be super complicated, 50 different prices for public transport and so on. So that's something we still need to improve in terms of the coverage. So overall, what we found is, and then we'll look into the details afterwards, we see that all of them need to make improvements. So none of them is really doing well currently. Not even the ones that you may think they're perfect. They're definitely not. But we also see that local measures, so the mayors can really make a difference. In the same country, you can have very different results. For example, Paris is really doing much better than in the past and doing quite well overall. But Marseille, same country, is not doing that well. Or Lyon, for example, the second biggest French city, is also not doing that great. So you can see that really within the same country, you have big differences, and also across Europe, you have big differences. And what I always said is that we also clearly saw that it's really important to have better and consistent data. If you don't have a good understanding of mobility in your city, you cannot implement policies successfully. You need to be able to track that. You need to be able to understand the problem. So there's now a lot of emphasis also from the European Commission on that. Currently, there's a proposal for a new law at EU level to require cities to have a certain list of key indicators that needs to be updated every year or every second year. And we think that's really important to have that's a consistent database. So now it's a bit where you come in. Hopefully that will work. I would like to invite you to think, okay, which are the cities that you would expect to be doing well in our ranking? Which are the ones that in terms of clean transport are already the leaders? And we'll look at the top 10 afterwards. So maybe you can put in the chat the city that you would expect to see there, and then we'll check that against the reality. And I'll give you a minute to do that now in the chat. So I'm curious to see that. And the interpreters and the tech staff can, of course, also participate if they want, so that you have something to do as well. So see already Helsinki, Amsterdam, and Oslo. Interesting. Anybody else? You can also write directly in Bulgarian and Cyrillic. I think we'll be able to figure that out. So for reading it, it's going to be okay on my end, I think. Small German city, interesting. Yeah, we didn't include small cities really, so we only looked at the major ones. I should have probably added that. See Copenhagen and Wien, Vienna in Austria. So Vienna as well, interesting. So I'll...
Graz maybe?
Sorry?
Graz maybe?
Graz in Austria. I'll put that in the chat as well. It wasn't included on our list. Would be interesting to see how they're doing. Historically, I think they had quite a lot of homework to do, but then they improved. So Ghent in Belgium, Valencia in Spain. Valencia was not included this time, but it's definitely a place that we're looking at closely. Madrid. So I think we already have quite a number of replies. So let's look at the top 10 here. And we can see a lot of the ones that you cited. Oslo came out first in our ranking, but still it's only at roughly 72%. So not getting an A, the best score, but a B. And they're doing quite well when it comes, for example, to road safety. They had years in which there was not a single cyclist killed, for example, although they have a lot of cycling. And they're also very strong, for example, on the policies part, which is a clear plan to go to zero emission mobility. They already have congestion charge. They already have low emission zone and so on. On clean air, you also see that maybe you would think Oslo is doing great, but even a place like Oslo, in part to do with traffic, in part to do with shipping, they definitely have more to be done. Amsterdam was mentioned, so also Amsterdam, you had them on the list. Good job. Second, they're known for cycling, of course, where they're very good, but they're also very good, for example, on the policies. They have a really strong plan for a zero emission zone, which I will show you afterwards. Copenhagen was also mentioned. Yeah, definitely a cycling capital, but also good in many other regards. Paris, which is kind of a surprise also to us that they're quite high, but they've really done a lot on active mobility, walking, and especially cycling. They have great public transport, definitely among the best here. And also in terms of policies, they already have a low emission zone and they have plans to go to zero emission. But on air quality, for example, they're not doing great. Stockholm was mentioned. That's a great job. That's also in. Ghent was mentioned. So Ghent's a bit small, a bit less well-known, but definitely for me, one of the most interesting cities in Europe. So they have roughly 150,000 inhabitants, and they have been doing a lot of work on the historic city center to make it almost car-free in the very central part. And then they have other blocks where you cannot drive through the city, but if you want to go to another part, you have to go to the ring road. In the same blocks, you can only circulate there, and then you have to go out to the ring road. There's cameras, so there's a red line on the ground. If you cross from one block to the other, that's not allowed. But you can still use your car. Air pollution has gone down everywhere in the city, and it's really a very livable city now, and shows that you don't have to be a big city, very big city necessarily to do well. Munich, Germany, also maybe higher than some people would expect. Vienna is a bit lower. Vienna is also doing a lot of interesting stuff. On the policies front, they're a bit weaker when it comes to getting rid of polluting cars. So some homework to be done there. Brussels, which used to be a very bad place for mobility, and on some days it still is, but they have done a lot of work on cycling infrastructure, road safety. They just won an award last week because they really reduced the number of people killed on the road by 50% in the past few years. So they introduced a speed limit of 30 kilometers per hour. They also pedestrianized a large part of the city, and they're creating what they call low traffic zones, so neighborhoods where there's only the locals basically allowed to use their cars. And Barcelona, Spain, I think we didn't have that on the list here, did we? I mean, it's quite well known for the super blocks, so the idea of creating blocks in which the locals can move freely, but again, no through traffic. They're also currently introducing a low emission zone, running into some trouble there. You can see on the air quality, they still have lots to improve. So Barcelona is also one of the places that used to be really bad in the past at some point, and over the past years and maybe 1 or 2 decades, they've been doing a lot of great work. So you guessed it very well. And now before we conclude, a quick look at what's, for example, one inspiring city in Europe. And here we didn't choose Oslo for this, but Amsterdam, but also would also be an interesting case study, of course. So Amsterdam has already today a low emission zone. It's been in place for a number of years. Overall in Europe now there's more than 300, and we'll do a publication a few weeks from now to show the newest trends and also projection for the future. But there's not that many zero emission zones, which is a problem, because we really think that low emission zones are only a step towards a zero emission zone, and you need to give people time. You can't introduce a zero emission zone overnight. People need time to prepare. And so Amsterdam, they have a plan for a zero emission zone by 2025 here in the inner part, which is in orange, which covers most vehicles, but not private cars yet. But for example, boats, which makes sense, you know, small boats on the canals in Amsterdam. And then the green whole city area by 2030 will go zero emission, including for cars and motorbikes. So that means that within the area, you can only use walking, cycling, public transport, and zero emission vehicles in the wider sense. And they've announced this a few years ago. They have a clear plan. They have funding. They have worked with the industry, NGOs and others. They've agreed on a clear plan. So it's like really there's the Dutch model of forming a consensus and then moving together. So they're starting with logistics also in more than 25 other cities in the Netherlands to go to zero emission by 2025. And they're really going ahead. So it really shows that, you know, it's not a dream that some crazy NGOs have. The European Commission want to see this. Amsterdam is planning it. It's already happening in some parts of the UK. There's a few cities doing it today in some parts of town. So it's really not impossible at all. And finally, what do we think the different levels of power need to do? Cities, so also your cities in Bulgaria, we really think they need to set a clear pathway to zero emission transport by 2030. And that means starting today at the very latest, because otherwise it's going to be too late. We want to redesign urban spaces, I mentioned. So cities should not be for people who want to just drive through. You know, but that's not the quality of life that you have in mind. Probably if you think about a livable city, you wouldn't like that in your neighborhood. So really want, instead of places for cars, you want space for people. And that also means a lot of active public and shared transport. Governments at national level, they really need to facilitate the introduction of policies such as low and zero emission zones. If it's legally very hard to do that for cities, then it's a problem for mayors. So in some countries, like, for example, France and Spain, there's new laws that require the big cities to set up these low emission zones. And they provide also funding, a lot of EU funding in part as well. So that's good. And so instead of investing, for example, right now in making the fuel cheaper for car drivers, which often ends up in the pockets of oil companies and also Russian oil companies funding the war. For example, we calculated 16 billion this year have already been given to making fuel cheaper for car drivers. Most of this has just evaporated, gone into the big companies, as I said. Instead, you know, with 16 billion, and this will continue increasing, you can do a lot of great stuff across the EU. For example, you could give 2 and 3 Europeans a free public transport pass for a month. And finally, for the EU, we think that it's important that if you give EU money, you should give it to cities that already have a plan what they want to do with it. So, for example, Sofia, for me, is a good example when it comes to the metro system. I think without having a clear plan for sustainable urban mobility, you should not get EU money just like that, because we've seen in the past often the money is not used wisely. So the EU will not tell you what to do, but they will tell you you have to have your strategy, which is aligned with the overall goals. You know the local context best, but you will not just give you money and 5 years later realize that you funded stuff that is going in the opposite direction. And in the past, you know, building huge motorways, regional airports, that kind of stuff is really not what we can afford any longer. And as I said, better data collection is going to be required according to the European Commission's proposal, which will be really good, and set a clear phase-out date for the sales of new cars with combustion engines. We also see a good uptake now of e-mobility in Central and Eastern Europe. So definitely, we know it's going a bit slower there for now, but there's definitely a lot of potential. And we always see for consumers and businesses often today, it's already cheaper if you account for the costs of electricity versus fuel, repairing, insurance, and so on. And so this is the map. We're not going into detail here, but this is the EU mission that I mentioned, 100 climate neutral cities. So those are the ones that have been selected. And you can also see that Sofia and Gabrovo have been selected among the cities that want to go climate neutral by 2030. So I think there's no excuse for Sofia not to really go big in. And we hope that also at the national level with the government situation that you mentioned, there will be clarity soon on that. So thank you for your attention. We're really glad to be here today and glad to have partners on the ground in Bulgaria. I really try to connect the dots across all the countries. And yeah, maybe also have the opportunity to come back to Bulgaria at some point. I definitely have some very good memories and some new ideas to bring to the ground. So back to you, Dragomira.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Jens, for presenting the great work you're doing, but also the joint work that you're doing with the consortium and also the cooperation you have with the EU and other institutions for going zero emissions. We'll have some questions to you, but we keep them for the panel. And now over to Angel again, who has joined from his phone. Да. Yes, you can switch to the English interpretation so that you can be with us and follow what's going on. And Анчо, да, заповядай. Чуваме те, виждаме те.
Angel, you have the floor. We can see you now. Are you going to share your screen or should we share your presentation?
Само в един момент, че
Allow me
чувам интерпретацията на български, на английски, извинявайте.
Switch the channels because
сложна ситуация се получи, не знам защо така.
You need to choose original audio.
Оригиналната, да.
Did you manage?
Добре, няма значение, ще чуваме ехо от превода. Ще бъде забавно.
It will be fun.
Явно не ми е ден, но...
Okay, just turn the volume down.
Така. Здравейте от мен. Надявам се, че вече всичко се чува и се вижда. Всъщност в презентацията участваше и физик Маргарет Велизарова от Софийския университет в една ключова част, която е свързана с симулации и моделиране. Основните неща, по които ще говоря днес, са свързани с връзките между градското планиране, мобилност и качество на въздуха в контекста на устойчивото развитие, по-холистично погледнато. Пътят към разбирането на общия принос и специфичните въздействия от движението и транспорта за качеството на въздуха от градското до уличното равнище, тъй като е важно да отчетем, че има разлика в мащабите на мислене и съответно в решенията, които се взимат, някои от които по-дългосрочни, други са по-оперативни, ежедневни. И в крайна сметка в търсенето на решение за устойчива мобилност чрез планирано развитие на прехода към чист въздух и разбира се други ползи от устойчивата мобилност. Така, само визуално споменавам рамката, върху която се базира някои от следващите въпроси. Говорим за устойчивост, която така, в някои случаи се представя като Вен диаграма с трите пресичащи се кръга. Всъщност това отдавна вече не е актуално като форма на мислене по отношение на устойчивостта. Говорим за така, концентрично вързани среда към, отивайки към властта, през обществото и икономиката. Говорим за напрежения всъщност и взаимовръзки между тези концентрични кръгове. И също време говорим за едно развитие, в което имаме предистория, имаме инерция, както беше споменато днес по-рано от Асия Доброджалиева, и отиваме в някаква посока, която е замисъл сложен и комплексен като комуникация. В него, освен чисто обществените процеси, влияят и много други външни извън обществата, които, освен екологичната среда планетарна, може да включим тук и звездите, но това го оставим вече за други интерпретации. Вървейки по от корените към короната на решението, от корените на проблемите, е важно да отчетем влияещите фактори, които включват както политически, така и ценностни, поведенчески, като с особено силно значение към днешния ден можем да споменем геополитическите, тези свързани с горивата, с начинът, в който икономиката до тук е изградена, структурни фактори, които са свързани с начинът, по който произвеждаме, консумираме и така нататък. И разбира се, ресурсите, на които разчитаме. В тази връзка формата на града и начинът, по който той функционира, работи, до голяма степен зависи от използването на енергийни носители, начинът, по който са устроени отношенията. Имаше в предния панел добра дискусия в това отношение във връзка с местните данъци и такси, например, и преразпределението на средства, разходите въобще, кой и как ги поема. Ключови въпроси, които можем да зададем, когато оценяваме състоянието по линия на тази система от взаимовръзки в устойчивото развитие, къде, кога и кой поема натоварването от променящия се модел на развитие. Говорим за пространствен транспортен модел, в частност. Говорим за справедлив преход, под една или друга форма, какво означава той и във всеки един отделен град. Доколко ресурсно и енергийно ефективни са режимите с тяхната инфраструктура и средства на работа. Говорим за политико-икономически режими, говорим за политико-екологични режими. Със сигурност до момента имаме доста противоречив режим и модел по отношение на екологичните въздействия и въздействията върху здравето. Какво ниво на достъпност е осигурено? Ключов въпрос, когато говорим за мобилност и транспорт. И тук говорим не само за физическа достъпност, както по-рано сме споменати от Цветан, за достъпност в всички нейни измерения, икономическа включително. Съответно, как се преразпределят публичните ресурси, частните разходи в мобилността. Това въпрос беше много добре отговорено от колегата. Постигнат ли е демократичен избор за балансираните начини на пътуване? Дали са пренебрегнати основни групи от техните начини представители? И тук можем да говорим много за манипулациите във връзка с това кое е полезно и кое е удобно. За статус символа на автомобила, за консерватизма, който е от всякъде насочен към запазване на статуквото на неравенствата и на, да кажем, предимството за богатите и субсидирането, за което беше споменато, косвеното. Съответно, в крайна сметка, какви ценности са включени в политическия дискурс в разговора? Има ли специфични изкривявания в този разговор? В една класическа таблица вече станала популярна от ръководството за устойчива градска мобилност и плановете към тази политика. Няма да се спирам подробно на категориите, но това е един много добър пример за прехода от традиционното транспортно планиране към планирането на устойчива градска мобилност. Така, надявам се, че отново ме чувате, защото имаше прекъсване. Няма да влизам в подробностите на тази връзка между традициите, инерцията и това, което представлява прехода в устойчивата мобилност, но важното е, че всъщност такива насоки са давани от много години и на българските общини включително. Много от тях са участвали в всякакви семинари и конференции, насочени към това какво означава този преход, така че те би трябвало поне на фоново ниво да са запознати с подхода. Важното е ние да сме запознати и да изискваме от тях тези стъпки, които не са нещо от днеска за утре. Това е един процес, който отнема, да не казваме цяло поколение време, но поне 10 на години, да кажем, необходими за пренастройване на такава система при един преход. За състоянието на въздуха в София много е казвано. Правени са различни опити за установяване на приноса на различните източници, транспорта в това число, от едни по-глобални модели през измервания чрез химическо асоцииране на веществата в въздуха и замърсителите, което, да кажем, Нинка на Бан беше произвело. Традиционното, но не много качествено моделиране на документите, които Столична община подготвя обикновено, най-вече в лицето на програмите за качество на въздуха, гражданската наука и изследванията, които потвърждават, че част от изследванията не са съвсем верни и е нужно още малко да се съсредоточим върху това, какви са по-реалните измерения на въздействието и как да се предпазим от тях в крайна сметка. Не просто да дискутираме и да спорим кои са основните приноси, а как да решим този проблем и да запазим максимално здравето си и здравето на нашите деца включително. В това отношение графиката, която е горе вдясно, много ясно показва, и това е установено на базата на много широк опит и изследвания в градове по света, че имаме едно напластяване на емисиите, но определено горещите точки най-често са при трафика, особено в градовете, които са вече повече ориентирани към икономика на услугите, третичния сектор и едно потребителско общество, което е изнесло производството си замърсяващо навън или на по-далечни места. Когато се опитваме да планираме този проблем и този преход, трябва да сме наясно, че имаме едни структуроопределящи фактори, които са особено силни и тежки, когато говорим за формата, градската форма, за земеползването, за изградената среда, както и това, което измежду изградената среда пречиства и филтрира, може да го наречем зелена система, зелена инфраструктура. В тази връзка ключов момент е регулирането на земеползването в регионален план, в национален план даже може да кажем, защото в регионален ние нямаме такава традиция. Устройствените планове и регулации, зони, правила и нормативи, свързани с, да кажем, показатели градоустройствени, както и слизайки на най-ниското равнище, поне от градския мащаб, градските улични каньони, които в случая на София се оказва, че са изключително разнообразни. Те са както по-традиционните в централната градска част, така и в жилищните комплекси с големите дълги блокове покрай булевардите, които понякога са едностранни, но понякога са и двустранно на някои от транспортните отсечки. Така също и в някои от новите квартали, в които се получава едно преоплътняване в последните години, които формират подобни на традиционните улични каньони, но с още по-влошени показатели. Говорейки за функциите, като следващо направление, или дейностите, предназначението на територията, тук имаме всъщност един исторически стегнат моноцентризъм.
Historically, there is a monocentrism. We're talking about the historic core in the city.
Доскоро всъщност имаше голяма концентрация на услуги.
Up until recently, there was a high concentration of services in the core of the city, but gradually they were moved to other
които асоциираме с, да кажем, търговските и развлекателни комплекси, молове.
For example, structures such as malls.
Под трагични предградия Имам предвид точно кафевите зони, имам предвид
When I say tragic
недобре регулираната
suburban areas,
урбанизация,
I mean
имам
the brown areas that are not well
недостига
regulated,
на публичен транспорт до там,
where there is no sufficient public
огромните
transport,
проблеми и кризи, които
a
новата
lot of
урбанизация в
problems, many
една
crises.
обстановка на доста разрушена традиция на планирането, всъщност са добра демонстрация, че имаме нужда от такова планиране.
Planning was destroyed and we need better planning for the future.
По отношение на потоците, това, което вече ни приближава към
Regarding the flows,
имаме едни така определени от формата и от концентрацията историческа на функции, взаимоотношения в
there
града.
are historic functions defined by the
Една част от тях са
concentrations,
затвърдени трасета.
formerly
В
of
София отдавна вече
circles of the
връзките
course.
не са
Some of them
толкова
are along
радиално концентрични.
certain axes in Sofia, but connections are no longer radial concentric. They are more linear in nature. During socialist times, the city expanded north-south. So you can see here the red lines showing the expansions towards the industrial areas, the residential complexes.
Бяха насочени повече към централната част, с навяването на малките предприятия, някои от които израснаха или се свързаха с глобални такива и започнаха да заетост в по-южните квартали на града, югоизточната част особено.
New buildings that came up, new neighborhoods that were constructed, especially in the southern eastern part of the city.
Много ключово да споменем и така потоците, които навлизат.
We must also mention the incoming and outgoing flows.
Трудови пътувания, но всъщност
we talk about urban
модел на развитие и на транспортната система
However,
до голяма
the
степен
urban
е предопределени от свободното време, което генерира не по-малки потоци навън. И те преобладаващо са разчитащи на индивидуален транспорт, поради всички условности и ограничения на предлагането на обществени услуги в почивните дни и в времето, в което графика на обществения транспорт се намалява.
Or on holidays, there is a more limited supply of public transport during these times.
Индустриален към такъв свързан с потребление, от производство към потребление. Когато говорим за моделирането на ниво град,
the city has moved from a more industrialized model to a more consumer-oriented model. When we're talking about modeling at the level of town, a few attempts for modeling. We see an interesting academic attempt by my colleagues Dimitrova and Velizarova, who attempted to draft a detailed and reliable model on the basis of the stock-taking exercise done under the previous air quality study. This was not exhaustive, but the stock-taking exercise proved better than the ongoing one.
По отношение на скорошен принос с помощта на, да кажем, колегата математик Данил Брезов,
my mathematician colleague Daniel Brezov assisted me in more exhaustive stock-taking of transport emissions. This called for much greater effort in transport modeling.
Почти изключително доброволно, но и с известна подкрепа за Земята и от фонд научни изследвания, успяваме да направим интересен статистически модел на трафика, който е в крайна сметка в основата на една междинна стъпка на инвентаризация, която все още подобряваме,
an interim stock-taking exercise. We're still improving this in order to achieve more reliable and more detailed, enabling simulations dispersion model.
Пилотни опити за моделиране в последните няколко години сме
правили така от гледна точка на
транспорта и приноса му не само като изгорели газове, но също и като неизгорели газове или тези, които наричаме ресуспендиран прах, например. Тук може да видите стойностите за ФПЧ 2,5 горе и ФПЧ 10 с реални данни за трафик от части моделиран, тъй като обикновено са точкови измерванията. В случая на Тодор Александров и Александър Стамбулийски, в рамките на различни видове градски улични каньони, които се сгъстяват към централната градска част и по-интензивен трафик в някои от другите участъци. Така че силно варират тези стойности. Зависимост от скорост, зависимост от това до каква степен е затворен каньона. Скоростно така моделиране на ниво улици, което произведохме с помощта на и дисперсионно моделиране, само че в по-малък участък, стъпващо на инвентаризацията, която споменах на градско равнище. В случая на Георги Сава Раковски, улицата, и така, симулирайки сценарии, свързани с нискоемисионната зона от страна на Столична община. Имаме и други сценарии, но те не са показани в тези графики. Основното, което откриваме, е, че значителна промяна, особено на дясната графика, може да се постигне само когато имаме и по-голямо намаляване на трафика, доколкото скромните регулации и ограничения, които се предвиждат от страна на Столична община за най-замърсяващите, но не толкова големи като дял замърсители, в крайна сметка би дал малък резултат и не би осигурил здравословна среда в рамките на този уличен каньон, който знам, че е много популярно място за посещения и така непрестанно човешко присъствие и експозиция съответно на замърсяване за много хора. Тук може да видите на графиките както общото моделиране, така и приноса от въвеждането на мерките, сценариите във времето за съответните години 26 и 30, отляво надясно. Тук в случая без промяна в трафика и в следващия слайд с промяната в количеството на трафика. Говорим за 20% намаляване на трафика.
20, if there is a 20%
всъщност,
of reduction of traffic.
Работа ни по сценариите включва тези дефиниции, които в случая не са изчерпателни от към години, само демонстрират подхода по отношение на базови линии, които взимаме предвид в някои от случаите заради доста некачествена информация, може да наречем, и липса на надежни данни с приближение към реалността, чрез допускания. Стигайки до решенията за мобилност в преход към устойчива такава, може да споменем нещо, което стана много популярно преди около 10 години, така наречената обърната пирамида мобилността, която всъщност е свързана с по-масовия случай на нуждата от придвижване и по-специализираните и редки поводи, всъщност да се обръщаме към някои видовете начини на придвижване. Първики от пешеходното и възпитанието, общата достъпна среда, включително за хора с увреждания, съответно интермодалност, там, където е необходимо да се придвижим на по-далеч. Добрата връзка всъщност между различните видове транспорт. Предимно електрическа мобилност, може да наречем, която включва и каргомобилност, масови обществен транспорт, групови споделени услуги, таксиметровия превоз, градското снабдяване и доставки и в крайна сметка мотоциклети и мотопеди и автомобилите най-на дъното.
Mopeds, bikes at the bottom.
по-системният подход не само от гледна точка на видовете, начините на придвижване, но и от гледна точка на нивата, изисква за това да мислим както за регионалното и общинско равнище, така и за града, отделните райони, не понякога точно административни райони, по-скоро структурни единици, както ги наричат. Кварталите и улиците. Основно можем да кажем, че първото и най-важно условие за добрите и адекватни решения и правилния микс да имаме мъдри интелигентни решения, добре информирани, базирани на данни. Моделите в това отношение са много ключови, Meso-Micro, така и така наречените интелигентни системи, които са както такива свързани с обществен транспорт и първови пътувания, но също и с съвети за така всеки един участник в движението, независимо с какво се придвижва, но съвети, които са насочени към по-здравословните и щадящи средства. Решенията за здравословна среда, много от тях бяха дискутирани днес. Аз ще влезна в по-голяма подробност след малко, но важно е да кажем, че те важно да се комбинират и в синергия с такива решения, които предоставят сигурност, видимост и по-добра устроеност на средата, както и има синергия с характерната среда, която посещаваме с цел отдих, туризъм и развлечения.
The leisure activity environment as well.
По отношение на активното придвижване, ключова стъпка, която е предхождаща масовото подсигуряване и инвестиции в пешеходна и велосипедна среда, това е опитите да прекъснем транзитния трафик, не само през централни градски части, но и през някои туристни центрове, през които
not only in the
много
city
концентрация
center,
има
but
на
also
автомобилно движение,
along other
понякога поради липса и на първостепенна улична мрежа, но не само.
Sometimes there is no first-rate street network, but this is not the only occasion when this needs to be done.
Възможност чисто физическа за
The point
по-честа
here
обвързаност
is to
на
provide the
пешеходните маршрути и
physical
велосипедните такива,
possibility for better connectivity of
след което
pedestrian and
преминаваме
cycling
към
routes.
темата транспортно успокояване. Беше споменато темпо 30 или скорост 30 км в час. Тя е добра за първостепенната улична мрежа. За второстепенната 20 км в час са още по-добра скорост, която може да гарантира спокойствие, особено за велосипедисти, които се движат по същата тази улична мрежа. И това нещо може да се случи без да обособяваме отделни велосипедни трасета в масовия случай на улиците. Споделени пешеходни улици, включително временно такива, споделени пешеходни, което е свързано с това, което аз Джалива спомена за навиците. Споделените улици са една голяма тема. Има скептизъм по отношение на тях, особено гледна точка на контрола на движението по пътищата. Но това е също нещо, което се създава като култура и изисква под една или друга форма добри регулации и контрол на място. Новите връзки, най-често мостове, но не само, които преодоляват значими естествени изкуствени бариери. Тази седмица тече една интересна изложба на Стошна гара, в която студенти нашия факултет архитектурен в КСГ коментираха много интересни нови посоки за мислене за пресичане на голямата бариера на ЖП реала на София. Приоритетни маршрути за достъпна среда, нещо, което е заложено в нормативите. Все още липсва гъста мрежа от по-приоритетни маршрути за достъпна среда. Говорим за хора с увреждания, които, между другото, не само с увреждания, но и хора с затруднено придвижване, които всъщност са много голяма част от населението на страната и на София също, тъй като говорим за едно цялостно застаряване в България. И когато понякога се споменават 400 метра разстояние до най-близката спирка, всъщност това е едно огромно разстояние за някои от тези хора. Съответно, много от тях преживели бума на притежанието на автомобил, не искат да се разделят от автомобила, защото те се плашат буквално за това какво биха били подложени, когато трябва да минат през съответните разстояния, да достигнат до съответната услуга. Концепции за разположение на контейнери и други елементи от градското завеждане за разчистване на не само видимостта, но и въобще за проводимост на уличната мрежа и адекватно размеряване спрямо пешеходните потоци, контрол върху паркирането и поставянето на физическите ограничители, включително самите ограничители понякога се превръщат в бариера, особено когато тротуарите са тесни. Комфорта, особено термалния комфорт, топлинния комфорт, говорейки за екстремумите в нашите градове, както през лятото, така и през зимата. Интересна тема и дълга. По отношение на велосипедното движение, говорим за бързо прилагане на връзки с ниска финансова стойност, това, което по-рано споменахме, и за темпо 20, което може да има синергичен ефект и по отношение на пешеходство и на велосипедно движение. Контрафлоу или обратно движение и когато е с посоката на движение велосипедното трасе, принципа на неизпреварването на велосипедиста, който вече се въвежда масово в много градове. Велолей за сметка на част от паркирането по булевардите от трети клас, особено в централната градска част, за да може да се разплете Гордиевия възел, ако може да го наречем. Такъв е пример и на други от градовете в страната, където имаме примери на много велолей, които стигат до по-концентрирана градска среда, където изведнъж се оказва, че въобще не можеш и даже нямаш право да преминеш през някои пешеходните улици, например, като Витошка и главната на Пловдив. Преодоляване на тесни места чрез изграждане на съответните съоръжения и подсигуряването на непрекъснато си безопасност. Тази схема по-скоро служи не толкова да доизясни всяко едно от тези решения, всъщност показва колко много конкретни идеи биха могли да се реализират както на основата на вече прияти планове, като плана за устойчива градска мобилност, на проекти като Урбинат за зелен здравословен коридор, така също и много допълнителни така бързо картографирани мерки в случая за маршрути, за кръстовища, за места, които имат голямо значение всъщност за отпушване на възможностите за активно придвижване. Съоръжения, включително, които могат да бъдат изградени, или пък такива, които могат да бъдат избегнати, като много от подлезите, при осигуряването на пресичане на терен, което е добре съвместено с графика на обществения транспорт, така че да не влизат в колизия. По отношение на обществен споделен превоз, също могат да бъдат казани много неща. Бяха дадени примери по-рано на национално равнище и за някои от приоритетните проекти от Виктор Чулшев. Няма да влизам в толкова подробности, но е важно да кажем, че поради по-консумативния характер на развитие на нашия град и на нашите градове, въобще и на европейската икономика и градско развитие, всъщност е много ключово да обърнем внимание на тази тенденция и стремеж към свобода и по-индивидуални средства за придвижване, или такива, които могат да бъдат споделени, а не са обаче споделени с всички, не са масови. Може да го асоциираме с по-либералния подход от идеологическа и политическа гледна точка. И всъщност, когато имаме несъответствие между от една страна прекомерна индивидуалност в лицето на автомобилния превоз личен, или пък опитите да го компенсираме с масов обществен, всъщност пропускаме тази средна сфера на действие, която може да бъде много по-гъвкава и понякога спестяващи обществени средства, макар и, както беше казано по-рано, да са необходими в обществения транспорт в по-голям размер, отколкото в момента се реализират. Тук говорим също и за принципи на насърчаване ползването на товарни електрически велосипеди около и между центровете, вътре в тях, на центровете на активност, за чисти и лекотоварни автомобили с достъп до обособени места за паркиране, което не веднъж се дискутирало за София включително, но нищо не е направено тук. Също и за нови възстановяване, някакво преустройство на съществуващи логистични центрове, което се случва вече в някои европейски градове, но в София за момента е заложено само като принципна мярка в плана за устойчива градска мобилност и няма реални проучвания в тази посока. Комбинация от фиксирана и гъвкава мрежа по отношение на обществения транспорт, който е отворен за всички и не говорим за вече споделени средства и за логистика. Тук със сигурност увеличената честота там, където има смисъл, е нещо, по което ще се работи и се надяваме да се работи. Също така разширеното покритие, намаляването на разстоянието до най-близката спирка, според мен е много важна цел, за да можем да кажем на хората наистина имате тази алтернатива, тъй като може да е чисти спред на транспорта, но когато той е на 400 метра и повече, това със сигурност не е надежден транспорт. И всъщност цялостно говорим за преодоляване на върховите натоварвания и периодите с много ниско занижено търсене, чрез този баланс между фиксирани линии и гъвкави. За последното на схемата, това, което преобладава в случая като зелени линии, това са всъщност предложения за както фиксирани, така и гъвкави маршрути, които могат да имат отклонения от врата до врата, ако може така да ги наречем. В места, където имаме слабо покритие на обществения транспорт, където разстоянията са над 200 метра, понякога и 400 и повече от 400 метра, и на места, където честотата също така на обслужване е много малка, имаме понякога само една линия на обществения транспорт в рамките на съответния радиус. Не се вижда добре на тази схема, но има изключително много паркоместа, които тук са предложени на базата на един бърз метод в географски информационни системи за разпределение на такива, които могат да са насочени към споделени придвижвания, но също така и към градската логистика, която споменахме по-рано. И стигайки по пирамидата на решенията, достигаме до мотоциклетите, мотопедите, автомобилите, зависна употреба. Всъщност мотоциклетите и мотопедите рядко влизат в регулациите. За мен те са много голям проблем и дразнител, тъй като освен, че имат допълнителни замърсители, не толкова прахови частици и азотни диоксиди, има някои други, които се асоциират с тях, които са в пъти по-големи като количество, отколкото в автомобилите, от автомобилите спрямо превозната им способност. Но също така те са много шумни, така че регулациите по отношение на шума би следвало да бъдат до някаква степен подкрепящи ограничаването на някои от тези моторни превозни средства, едноколесни или двуколесни, всъщност, извинявайте. По отношение на автомобилите, дискусията по отношение на нискоемисионните зони започна от един механизъм, който така и не се употреби, защото критериите за него бяха твърде високи за въвеждането му. Една много малка част на града с опция да се разширява. Не сме го видяли до тук действащ, с изключение на зеления билет, който обаче е една предварителна мярка преди да се стигне до този механизъм. В момента дискусията за наредбата към нискоемисионната зона в съответния обхват на малък и голям ринг и предложения, които още преди няколко години бяхме дали за по-голям обхват на нискоемисионна зона, която концентрично и поетапно да се разширява и да обхваща повече от замърсителите и да достигне до, да кажем, 2030 година до нещо, което беше споменато като зона въобще без емисии, нула емисии. Всъщност съпоставили сме това предложение с както топографията и ниските места от микроклиматична гледна точка доста уязвими, така и с градските улични каньони, с интензивността на трафика, с концентрацията на активности. Стигнахме до края на презентацията. Надявам се да не съм бил твърде отвъд времето. Благодаря за вниманието и на всички, които са подкрепили нашата работа през годините в един разгъващ се екип, който понякога жертва много време за доста скромни възнаграждения, свързани с по-скоро нашето желание да напреднем в тая тема, отколкото да очакваме на готово някой да ни изсипе средства, за да направим една голяма наука. Всъщност сме правили изключително много малки стъпки, за да стигнем до тук и в момента така най-голямото финансиране, което в един по-широк екип ни е предоставено, е от фонд научни изследвания, но пък много важна подкрепеща роля имаха за земята и Clean Air фонда през последната година и половина, да кажем, които всъщност подготвиха почвата за по-големия изследователски проект, който ще включва и епидемиологично изследване. Беше зададен такъв въпрос по-рано. Така че очаквайте в края на годината първи резултати от такова епидемиологично изследване на базата на критерии за подбор на респондентите, свързан с потенциален риск от различните видове замърсители, битово горене и транспорт. Благодаря ви.
Thank you, Angel. I'm sorry to everybody who are still with us for this technical issue. Angel, we did not have a connection with you. I wanted to give you an indication to finish earlier, but thank you for your presentation, for the all-encompassing topic. We're also glad that we're partnering. We'll keep working together with the research and analysis that you're doing. Now I'm switching directly to the questions so far.
Join us again for some of the questions which are directly to you, but also some panel questions that we have for discussion among all the participants in this panel. Victor, ако и ти все още си с нас, моля заповядай.
Victor, if you're still with us, you can also join us.
Here. Okay, so I'll start with the questions which were posted here in the Q&A. I have a few questions as well, but I hope we can get to them at some point. But the aim will be to finish in 10 minutes so that you can go. Okay, the question to Victor is доколко оправдан е финансовият разход?
How reasonable is the financial cost for expanding the metro? Have there been better opportunities to fund? Victor, can you answer shortly?
Със сигурност метрото
Indeed, if subway can reach a sufficient number of passengers, it is a justified cost. Initially, they had offered two routes, one to Levski, one to Slatina, not even Slatina, but to Tsarigradsko Chaussee. Only the one to Levski remained because it would cover more passengers, because it was at a more advanced state, and because there was a political decision for that. If it was up to me, I would not fund the subway at the phase where it is, because now we're reaching border values of passenger flow. So now we are making a route that would cover a small number of passengers, and we don't know if we can maintain the route then. Railway transport would have been more effective, but it was not approved because it was a political decision. Thank you. Indeed, this is necessary, but the question is, when is it best to implement this measure? Now, a question to Jens and to the whole panel, because all of you talked about low emission zones. Victor did not mention them in his presentation, but the plan that he was referring to, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, stipulates 3 mandatory low-emission zones to be introduced in 3 Bulgarian cities by July 2026. So, Victor, you are welcome to answer Ivailo Hlebarov's question as well.
Introducing only now a low-emission zone, which is the case of Sofia, and not a zero-emission zone. What to focus and what to avoid, if you can give us a hint on this, because as you heard, now we are also in the consultation process, public consultation, and Sofia is developing its position and comments to the official now proposal of the municipality. And although we have some prior statements that we have communicated, not publicly, but directly to the municipality, it's important now to us to also get an input and some direction from you. So what shall we focus on and what to avoid? Yes, maybe first, have a go.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, a very good one that we hear a lot. And we're also going to publish a document in a few weeks with guidance on what we think is best practice for low emission zones. And I think in short, it's always important to have the evidence, but I think according to also what we've just seen today, there is a lot of evidence on the air pollution impact in Sofia. And I think the understanding is there where the pollution comes from, in part from traffic, not only, but also a lot. So I think it's clear there is a need to act. The evidence is there. Now, when it comes to implementing it, I think it's important to not just, have one temporary measure where you do something, a first step, and then people don't know what to expect. It's important to have a plan with several steps that you give people a bit of time to prepare, also businesses. So don't start it overnight, but also you can start with a lower level of ambition very soon and then gradually increase that. And as I said, really important to set also a date by which you think zero emission mobility needs to be achieved. And with Sofia, for example, being part of the EU mission for climate neutral cities by 2030, it's pretty clear that 2030 needs to be the date for this, because otherwise it just wouldn't work. And so it's really important to have these intermediate steps and to also have complementary measures in place. So financial support, for example, for people who really otherwise would suffer. This can be low-income households. So don't give money to just anybody, because a lot of people will not need that. They will be able to either move differently or have another vehicle anyway. But the people who need the support, they should not be forgotten. So we have examples, let's say London, Brussels, and Paris. They have schemes for lower income households, but also for charities, so non-profit organizations, social enterprises, and so on, that they can get financial support. And I think importantly also involve the shops and the restaurants. We did the research December last year for Christmas to show that at the beginning, often the local businesses are somewhat afraid. What will be the consequences? We've always seen this, like when Vienna introduced the first pedestrianized area, everybody was quite afraid. And today nobody would like to go back. And the shops are like, you have so many clients in just a,
it was the same with Ghent as I was following the debate and discussions.
Exactly. I can't think of one city where the debate hasn't been there. But what we've seen is that often you see an increase in the business activity because especially people who don't, use their car to drive to the big supermarket somewhere else in the city, but who shop locally and who walk, cycle, use public transport, they often come more often. So they spend a bit less per visit of the shop or restaurant, but they come more often, they're better clients. And so we really saw also now in Brussels a few days ago, there was a video online asking the shop owners, and now they're quite happy with the pedestrianized area. So do work with the businesses. If you do these things, you will still see some resistance, but we also think that, given the air quality impact that we see on the health of people, it's all about the priority to really say, okay, we're not going to just listen to the few people who don't like it. Usually once it's in place, people adapt and people do like it.
Just a very quick follow-up before I give the word to Victor and Angel to comment on this. From your experience and work with different cities and civil society groups, what is a feasible time for preparation for the businesses and for people? Because now in Sofia, the aim is to vote the ordinance in July and have the zone already working in November. So is this at all feasible for a period for people to prepare?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on the local situation. I think it sounds quite short. On the other hand, it's been in discussions for quite a while. So usually what we see is that people start also preparing for this a bit. But I think it's usually not good to rush it just to keep a deadline. I think it's a sign of political goodwill and maturity and being honest with the people to say, okay, maybe we need a bit more time. We give you a bit more time to prepare. Maybe you can even, put some of the support schemes in place earlier that already people can make a move, which can also include, bike sharing support, credits for car sharing and other services. And then have the low emission zone kick in step by step. What many cities do is they introduce the zone, but they don't immediately start enforcing it by, for example, giving people a fine if they don't respect it. So that can be good to say for a while. We'll just send you a letter. You enter this zone with a vehicle that is not in respect of the rules, but you this time you don't pay. But if in a half a year from now we find that you constantly keep doing that, you will at some point have to pay for it. So that could also be a solution to really do it step by step. But I think, what you mentioned sounds quite ambitious in terms of the timeline. As said, we need to be ambitious because we need to go fast, but I think there's probably a nuance between rushing it and being ambitious.
Would you say 6 months at least, or 1 year?
Yeah, I think so, at least, yeah.
Okay.
Depending on how far things are in the consultation process and how much people know. But I think that's usually good practice. And I think burning the idea at the beginning because you surprise everybody can really slow down the whole process. It's more important, I think, to make it clear over the next few years instead of saying we immediately want to do something and then we don't know what comes next. It's better to say we take a bit more time now, not too much, but a bit more. And then we tell you already by this and that year, this is what you can expect. And then people know where to put the money today and how to move.
Victor, would you like to comment on this as well? If you prefer, you can speak in Bulgarian as you decide.
Нискоемисионните зони в
low emission areas are a target in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan in 3 cities. There is a requirement to cover a lot of the population, which means that one of the cities must be Sofia. However, so far, what the Sofia municipality plans is different from what is set forth in the national plan. So what we need to urgently do is to equalize the 2 positions. In other words, the Sofia municipality must be a lot more proactive and align their plan with the national plan in order to meet the requirements of the European Commission and not only the recommendations of the experts as well. In fact, the Sofia municipality analysis is based on the fact that on the basis of traffic police data, 50% of cars registered in the Sofia municipality under the first environmental category, Euro 0, Euro 1, they say if we limit them, we would limit half of the cars in Sofia, but this is not actually the reality. So we need a different approach. We need to be able to meet the requirements of the European Commission and to respond to the situation on the ground. But indeed, the plan stipulates that 3 municipalities, major agglomerations, must be covered. What would happen depends largely on the municipalities and the management of the Ministry of Environment, which would make these municipalities introduce these low emission zones. May I just say a few words? Yes, Angel, you have the floor. Well, new data that Sofia municipality has already received by the executive agency on cars shows that the share of polluting cars is not so big over the last few years. Many people who heard of these trends for the introduction of low emission zones, they have undertaken steps. Often the municipality says that citizens are not adequate, they do not take decisions in compliance with the policy. That's not true, but citizens act depending on their budget. Car transport is cheaper than all the other alternatives for people in Sofia, and a lot faster because the Sofia municipality has organized traffic in such a way that cars is the fastest way to reach any point in the city. They're working on public transport, but it has not advanced as much as necessary yet. So the short period is not as short, but pollutions remain high, even with better environmental categories. Simulations show that Euro 3 and 4 cars have higher emissions of NO2 than Euro 1 or 2 because of modifications of their filters that would capture more dust. It is an emission factor in many databases, and it is obvious from research done on emissions in Europe. So we have to be aware of this fact. Slow transition that relies only on replacement of transport vehicles, which currently does not look to be very dynamic, and due to the high cost of resources and inflation, means that these new clean cars are not an achievable goal, whereas health is a priority. And when we put health as priority, we know that we must cut car traffic, not by few, but by tens of percent as share of cars. Let's say that if 40% of people move around by cars, within 5 years, this percentage has to go down to 30. And looking at the year 2030, if we reduce them to 20% for internal combustion engine cars, this would be quite an achievement. But personally, I doubt that Sofia will become carbon neutral by 2030. It is worth trying. It's good to participate at the Olympics. Thank you, Angel. I guess that Tsvetan wants to say something specific on this method. Tsvetan, you have the floor if you like. Yes. 2 comments, if I may. One has to do with car categories. The other has to do with the amount of traffic. First, on car categories, as Victor said, the fact that the majority of cars are Euro 0 or Euro 1 is true. And if we limit them, we wouldn't limit half of the people to move around. Usually such cars have owners with limited funds. And a main restriction for them is the cost of parking. That's why such cars very rarely go to the city center because of the cost of parking. They don't go to the city center at all. Cars like that actually are rarely part of the traffic. This problem has not been well studied in Sofia. I can't give specific figures. Maybe the new cameras that have been installed would provide better information, but personally I haven't seen that data. Actually, we are standing on a somewhat vague base. We haven't studied in detail the mobility habits of the groups which will be most affected. That's one point. Another point. At least on the basis of my experience and the literature I have read, a nominal reduction of traffic without considerable infrastructural changes is practically impossible. The main two driving factors for choosing your modality, your transport modality, is the time and comfort. And we include in comfort the image created by car owning. Whenever an economic development threshold is passed, the only limiting factor for congestion or traffic size is street capacity. That's the only limiting factor. There will be congestions on the main boulevards, even if they become 4-lane boulevards instead of 2-lane boulevards. So the idea to just do away with congestion doesn't work. Even green cities have traffic congestion. The actual limiting factor here is the infrastructure capacity.
Благодаря, Цветан. Благодаря ви за приноса по този въпрос. Като цяло ние се вълнуваме много и от обхвата на зоната. Това, което е предложено в момента, е доста ограничен периметър от централната градска част, като има предложение за по-разширен вариант, като това, което Йенс ни посочи като нужен поглед напред, да е ясно как и кога ще се разширява зоната и кога ще се разширява нейния обхват. В момента липсва в предложението на общината, т.е. има тези два зададени периметъра, като ясно е, че първият по-малък ще бъде този, с който работим сега, но изобщо не е ясно кога по-съобхватната зона ще влезе в сила.
It's not clear about the subsequent perimeter. Yes, for you, if you have something to add, what can you say about the scope of the zone as it is proposed now by Sofia municipality? Can we agree with the proposal as something sensible?
I'm not sure. Sorry, I have been able to hear the whole question because there was a time like in between for the interpretation. Can you maybe just repeat that?
Yeah, I can. The question was about the territorial span of the low emission zone, and what you said is that it's very important to have a clear outlook how the zone will be developed in terms of its spread in time and in terms of the impact or the who it will affect from the participants in traffic. So in Sofia, the zone is very limited. And the question was, as a territorial span for its beginning, the question was if we should just accept this and as a beginning, as a start, and not focus so much on the fact that we consider it will not have any significant effect if it stays within these physical parameters. So yeah, a general question to the panel, how shall we interpret and how shall we react to the proposal of this very limited territorial span?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying this. I will give a very short answer. I think one is to say if it's so small that it's almost meaningless that people won't even think about their decisions, then probably it's not very useful. I don't know the size of the plan for Sofia, so I don't know if that's the case. Secondly, it's okay, I think, to not start with the whole city area. Eventually, there's no reason why some parts of the city should not have a right to clean air. So eventually you have to cover the whole city area in our view. But you can do it stepwise if need be based on the evidence.
Thank you. Victor and maybe Angel, if you want to comment on this.
Аз съм съгласен.
I agree. This scope which is currently proposed is absurd. In reality, it will not work. This is just to say that we are doing it, but the effect will not be good. Not only this, even if hypothetically we include the huge scope of the zone. We have commented on other occasions that it's important to have an alternative for these people, and the public transport should be organized in such a way that it has sufficient capacity. It should provide good accessibility for the people who currently use their cars, so we should act in rearranging transport as well. If I may make a comment, difference between the registered cars and cars which are actually used. Such comparisons should be made, and it should be consistent. There was a survey carried out at one particular point about the share of personal cars. This is a report with the participation of Sofia municipalities, so we could start along these traces. It's a nightmare. The data we have is nightmarish, so we don't have quality data in terms of metadata and other information which could be put to good use, but we're trying to carry out studies even with such data in order to see what differences would be depending on the different baselines. And what turns out to be key, and it was mentioned before, is that there is suspended dust is a problem also when we have electric cars. Electric cars are even heavier, so they may be zero emission in terms of not having any exhaust fumes, but they raise a lot of settled dust. The bus also does this, but in certain intervals. Well, if we have a column of even electric cars, they would lift settled dust on the streets, which is otherwise hard. The streets are hard to wash out with specific tracks, so it's important to implement measures in this direction, and there should be a balance between expensive transit traffic projects and this basic urbanization. I'm not sure these are equally important, but they're fighting for the same budget. Since in Sofia what we lack is basic urbanization, and this is the key to pedestrian traffic, cyclist traffic, in order to have a normal shared human shared traffic, which will encourage a lot of people. This does not happen with the magic wand. We need to have good planning, then good design, and then investment and quality construction works. Regarding construction workers, there will be work for the constructors, but it will be of different nature. Probably much more construction companies would be able to participate in the transformation of the city rather than having large transport sections for huge jeeps and fast motorcycles. Thank you, Angel. Cvetan, short comments on this, if you'd like to mention something about the scope. I just saw a question or a comment in the comment section that somebody mentioned congestion charges. Limiting traffic in terms of quantity will reduce the peaks. It will disperse the traffic in time. It does not reduce the number of journeys, but distributes them more evenly in time, not to have peaks. And once again, we should ask ourselves the following, because people have several mechanisms to change their behavior. First, to change the time of travel. At what time should they go off and come back to work or to do some job? What is harder to change and is fixed is the budget and time allowed for travel. We have about one time for traveling per day. We are not prone to investing more than this. And the transport system as a structure determines the distance we're going to travel. It depends on where the subject of interest are. The issue is a complex one, so without a change of the structure and way of operation of the transport system, it is hard to limit the kilometers traveled with motor vehicles. They are determined by the urban planning and the way transport system is designed. Thank you, Tsvetan. Would you like to comment something on the topic, because we should conclude the conference? Just a short comment. I fully support what Angel said, that we need to focus our efforts on improving the environment, sealing it off, having quality surfaces. You've been abroad, you know that we don't have any mud abroad. You cannot solve your shoes or your pantyhose with mud when there is rain. If we achieve this in Bulgaria, then we have resolved the mud problem in Bulgaria.
Overall question to the panelists. Tsvetan, if you want to comment, you're welcome as well. And Jens wanted to make a point on electric cars and what the EU is doing, but I think he can make this point within my question. And my remark is on transport poverty, because in the previous days we talked a lot about energy poverty, but transport poverty as one specific aspect of energy poverty has not been mentioned explicitly. And transport poverty is a term which is used for a reduced access to transportation and mobility means, which reduces the access to social, economic, and cultural life of different individuals. So my question is and thinking on the topic is how transport poverty and the transformation to energy neutral and zero emission transport will go hand in hand. Where are we now, and what should we be looking forward to in terms of how things are in Bulgaria? And yeah, just welcome for final thoughts and remarks on this comment that I'm making, and kind of an open question, fruitful thoughts at the end of our discussion. Jens, if you want to go first, please.
I'll have a go, and I don't think I know Bulgaria better than you, so you would know the local context much better than I do. I think what we can generally say is that, first of all, it is a real issue, especially now with the energy prices going up. What we see is that the backbone usually to make transport accessible to everybody is public transport. So in the cities, they have a good system, so a good network, but also relatively cheap prices. So for example, you can take Munich, or you can take also the French cities, or Brussels, for example. You have very affordable public transport. Usually people spend between 9 and 17% of their household budget on transport, be it cars, public transport, and so on. And if you've got a cheap offer for public transport, you can really reduce that a lot. And there's, for example, special schemes in many cities that people with lower income, young people, so pupils and students, but also elderly, have sometimes free or very cheap public transport. And that really makes a huge difference for them. And so, for example, right now we're seeing that with the oil crisis, some cities are making public transport much cheaper. And that's probably a good move instead of just giving cash to everybody. And of course, you know, allowing people to buy electric cars is somewhere part of the solution, but it doesn't solve the poverty problem, because the poorest people don't even have cars, and they won't be able to afford a lot of new cars, whatever the state does. So I think targeted support for public transport, and of course, shared active mobility is also quite cheap. And we see in many cities the cycling boom, also with electric bikes. They're relatively cheap to run. They're healthy. And we also see that people who before never considered using them are now turning to do this. Also in places where it's either very hot or very warm. So it's not a question of climate, really. And final remark is that I think we shouldn't expect transport policies to resolve all the social questions at once. Whenever we speak about this, we hear that car makers are saying, yes, but if you make our cars just 50 euros more expensive by introducing this or that, then people cannot drive anymore. But, you know, the underlying is income and other more general economic problems around, you know, fair taxation, making companies pay their fair share as well. All of this, so you can't expect schemes for transport to solve all the social issues at once. You know, there can be a social solution which can be built into transport programs, but you shouldn't, like for any other policy, shouldn't expect those to solve all your problems in other areas at the same time. That would be maybe my answer. And the one thing that I did want to mention on the electric cars aspect and pollution is that there's indeed a lot of research happening on the pollution from electric cars. They still have tires and brakes. They use the brakes a bit less because they can use the motor, the electric motor, to slow down. And the European Commission, in the new pollution norm Euro 7, so the future after Euro 6, includes the aspect of tire wear, so particles from tires, and also brake wear. There's now technological solutions to basically suck it in at the moment it happens, and also to have better quality tires and roads. So it's something that can be solved. It will not totally eliminate pollution, but it could really make a big difference. And I think that's all I can say for now.
Thanks a lot, Jens. Victor, Angel, Cvetan, if you have final thoughts, words to contribute to.
Не, искам да благодаря за възможността само да участвам.
No, just I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to participate. It was something very useful for me and for the audience. I can comment for a lot of time, but let me share that there are many aspects, including the cross point between transport and urban planning, how transport is included in urban planning. Let me mention parking, and it is a very important topic with a very serious social footprint, social significance for the city in terms of spaces. We haven't commented seriously parking places. It should be a separate topic in itself. It's very complex one. I'm speaking about the minimum distances and minimum spaces required to be allocated for parking slots. It is a complex issue with a huge impact on mobility. Thank you for this discussion. It was a very interesting discussion. Thank you. Let me briefly say that when we look at transport, we should look at along the line of movement, development, upward, along the upwards. So, understanding what sustainable development is and how we take decisions with regard to transport through this framework of development, we can satisfy diverse interests. So there can be numerous cross points, not easy to find, but still we would have a system in which to look, because otherwise we would speak in terms of manipulation and populist speaking. And when speaking about transport, a lot of public funds are involved, and there's a lot of distortion in this discussion, so we need to avoid this through having a clear theoretical framework. So the sense of things should be in mutual connections, and we should not give up on hard decisions, because often we only choose simple, easy solutions which turn out to be horrible in the long term. Have a nice day. I would like to thank all the panelists and what we will continue with in the topic of transport, clean air, and transition towards zero-emission transport. We will get involved in the public discussion by the Sofia municipality. There is a proposal by Sofia municipality for the introduction of a low emission zone. We are going to comment on it. You can also discuss it. I would like to urge everybody here to get involved in the public discussion. Ivo, can you please send a link in the chat to the public discussion? of this topic initiated by Sofia Municipality. So thanks a lot, and if you'd like to add anything, Ivo.
More than an hour over the time we have announced previously, but definitely the discussion on the low emission zone was also very insightful and needed, and this also shows that this discussion did not happen in the public space, something which we were calling for since more than a year, but we were not the people to lead this discussion. So unfortunately, the municipality did not follow us on this advice. And what you also recommended to postpone and not rush, just to save the measure and not just blow it up with hurrying up, is something that we'll take over in our comments as well and communicate it once more to the municipality. And I'll pass over to Ivo now to make a general closure of the 5 days of the conference. He's part of the Clean Air team at Zazimiato. Some of you don't know him as the person from the Clean Air team. And he was there for all the 5 days of the conference. So he can just give a very short overview of what has happened and what are we what are we taking on from the conference for our work and motivation to work for clean energy for the people. Thank you all, and goodbye from my side.
Благодаря, Драга.
Thank you, Dragomira. I would like to thank everyone still watching and listening to us. This was the 5th edition of this annual conference, Clean Air for the People, which we started 5 years ago. We started with the idea that we'll work mainly on the topic of heating. Throughout the years, we enlarged the scope of the conference, and this year we also included other topics like how to save energy through building renovation. We turned attention to specific topics like thermal pumps this year, heating, using central heating, how to use more green energy for heating. We turned specific attention in the first day on health impacts of using unclear or dirty energy, which is still happening, unfortunately, to a large degree. There was a special focus on energy poverty, because whenever we talk about environmental projects, we stay focused on the social aspects, especially when speaking about heating and transport, but we cannot resolve our issues unless we support the people who need support in order to change their way of life, in order to have a cleaner life, in order to have lower GHGs. And this conference is also providing huge experience for us. We were 2 teams working on it, a team for clean energy and clean air. We should not offer solutions which are good only for clean air but not good for the climate, and vice versa. And starting with the thanks, I'd like to thank all the speakers we had from different countries. We had Bulgarian experts from public institutions, scientists, experts, consultants. I would like to thank all of them. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to have this interesting conference. I would like to thank all my colleagues, including from E3G, who are co-organizers of this event, from Sea Bank Watch Network. And last but not least, I'd like to thank the donors who made this event possible. This is the European Union through LIFE program and Clean Air Fund. I'd like to thank all of you watching, and I wish you a nice day.
Довиждане от мен и до скоро.
Goodbye from me. See you soon.